Chapter 1075. At this very moment, everyone was standing ramrod straight. The sky-inspecting minister, this old man, had not appeared for hundreds of years. He was only controlling the great shamans of the Wu people. The seven swords of the Tao League were already a legend in the Astral Souls continent, a myth. And this myth was the benefactor of the entire continent. Now this big shot suddenly appeared in front of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal. How could the people of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal not be excited? Everyone who was related to the Ancestral Dragon's high level of martial prowess was present. Coincidentally, there were exactly 90 of them. The 90 people waited quietly, gazing respectfully at the still, empty stage. The minister had not arrived yet, but everyone knew that he would appear on the stage soon. They just didn't know when he would come. Everyone was waiting quietly for that moment to arrive. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light flashed. A figure as majestic as a mountain appeared on the stage. At this moment, the sun and the moon shone together. The stars twinkled, the black robe fluttered, and the crown was held high. Everyone stood up and bowed in greeting. We pay our respects to the minister. On the stage, the minister gently raised his hand and said, "All right, sit down." Then, a chair appeared behind the minister out of thin air. The minister sat down on that chair like floating clouds and flowing water. Then, he said lightly, "Today, I came to Ancestral Dragon High Marshal to ask for your help." Ancestral Dragon High Marshal and the others were all excited. Their faces were red as they said, "If the minister has any orders, we will go through water and tread on fire. We will not hesitate to die." On the stage, the minister gently nodded. His voice was still indifferent as he said, "I have a close friend. His name is Qin Fanyang." As soon as this sentence came out, it was like a clap of thunder that exploded in everyone's hearts. At this moment, the principal of Ancestral Dragon High Marshal only wanted to vomit blood. He just wanted to faint immediately and not know anything. It would be best if he didn't care about anything. So that's it. So that's the truth. No wonder Department Head Ding was so sure. If they couldn't find the person, everyone would die. Everyone would die. At that time, everyone had guessed wrongly and thought that it was the king of Zwolu's arrangement. Qin Fanyang's cultivation and strength were just SOSO. His connections and background were the most eye-catching. He had some connections with the Eastern Front Marshal Dongfang, and through his good disciple, Xiao Duo, he had gotten to know many high-ranking martial artists. Everything else was insignificant. To the king of Zwolu, such a person was just an insignificant person. The difference in status between the two was too great. The fact that the king of Zwolu had asked him about it was already his limit. Perhaps he would forget about it after a few days. Even if the king of Zwolu did not forget and insisted on pursuing the matter, this matter involved many influential people in Shangjing City. Even if their power was not enough to make the king of Zwolu afraid, it was not difficult to make the king of Zwolu show mercy. Slaughtering all the high-ranking officials in Shangjing for such a small person? The king of Zwolu, who always looked at the big picture, would not do such a thing. That was probably what everyone thought. Even after Department Head Ding gave the order, there was still not much reaction. They still thought that it was all bark and no bite. But no one would have thought that Qin Fanyang was the minister's man. Because of Qin Fanyang, the minister personally came to Ancestral Dragon. Denounce him? When everyone thought of this word, how could they not know that the consequences of this matter were too serious? The minister had personally said that Qin Fanyang was his best friend. What did best friend mean? However, anyone who had gone to primary school, anyone who was slightly literate, would understand the meaning behind it. Best friend. What a scam. If you had such a strong relationship with Qin Fanyang, why didn't you say so? If you had said it, or even slightly revealed this relationship, the entire Ancestral Dragon would have worshipped you as their ancestor. Was it necessary to let you go missing, with your whereabouts unknown, with your life and death unknown? Your disappearance and unknown whereabouts were not important, but it was a scam to all of us. Among the 90 high-ranking officials of Ancestral Dragon, most of them were confused about the current situation. They did not know where it came from or where it was going. They did not know the cause of the current change. They were all puzzled. What was going on? How did it unfold? However, there were also a dozen or so people whose faces turned snow white in an instant, completely devoid of color. The minister sat on the stage. His voice was very quiet as he said lightly, "Qin Fangyang went missing in ancestral dragon's martial arts." I don't believe it. Below the stage, everyone seated was dumbstruck. Those who were qualified to be the high-ranking officials of ancestral dragon's martial arts were not ordinary people. At this moment, they had already understood the meaning behind the words. They also understood that the minister's intention in coming to ancestral dragon's martial arts was not simple. The minister's voice was like a gust of cold wind from the depths of hell. "So, please, everyone, find him." Below the stage, there was still complete silence for a long time. Finally, the principal of ancestral dragon's martial arts struggled to stand up while trembling. He said bitterly, "Minister, regarding teacher Qin Fangyang's disappearance, it did happen in ancestral dragon. But this matter, I did not notice anything unusual from beginning to end. Ever since teacher Qin went missing, we have been looking for him." The minister's gaze was like the rotation of the sun and moon. The principal immediately felt that he could not speak. Looking at the minister's eyes, his mind was muddled for a moment. When he finally came back to his senses, he found that he had already sat down without knowing when. The next person to stand up was Vice Principal Liu, who was sitting beside the principal. "Minister, regarding this matter, we really did not know. That Qin Fangyang." The minister looked at this vice principal and said lightly, "You are called Liu Zhongtian?" Liu Zhongtian said, "Yes." The minister said, "You are from Shanjing's Liu family?" Liu Zhongtian said, "Yes." The minister said lightly, "Liu Shantong, is he still alive?" Liu Zhongtian said respectfully, "Ancestor already. Passed away 200 years ago." The minister said, "He died on your family's bed?" "Yes." The minister was silent for a moment and said lightly, "Is there anyone for Shanjing's Liu family outside? Call in a few people who can make decisions." His voice drifted out slowly. In less than 100 breaths, voices came from the door. "Liu family's Liu Wangsheng, Liu Haiba, Liu Zhanexen, Liu Yinting. Greet the minister." Vice Principal Liu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Among these people, Liu Wangsheng was the oldest ancestor of the Liu family. Liu Haiba was the second generation and was nicknamed the #1 expert of the Liu family. Below him was Liu Zhanexen, the current head of the Liu family. Finally, Liu Yinting was the current head of the Yanwu Empire's secret department. He was also the person with the highest official position in the Liu family. These 4 people represented the current power structure of the Liu family. "Come in," the minister said. "Yes." The door opened. The 4 people entered in a single file and knelt on the ground with respectful attitudes. The minister said lightly, "This Vice Principal Liu Zhongtian was involved in Qin Fangyang's disappearance. Does the Liu family know the inside story?" The head of the secret department, Liu Yinting, was covered in cold sweat. His whole body was shaking. The minister glanced at him and said lightly, "I'll ask again. Does the Liu family's elder know that Liu Yinting was involved in erasing the traces?" Liu Wangsheng and the other 2 trembled and knelt down. "Spare our lives, minister." The minister sat on the chair and said lightly, "Do you think that if you don't say anything, there will be no evidence to follow? There will be no law to rely on, and I won't be able to convict you? Do you think that your crimes will be sealed in the ground forever, never to see the light of day?" The 5 people of the Liu family all knelt on the ground, trembling. Their faces were already pale. Liu family's ancestor, Liu Wangsheng's old face was full of despair. He was almost dead. As the ancestor of the Liu family, he knew very well what kind of situation the Liu family was in now. The minister's voice and tone were still indifferent. But the end of the Liu family was already decided. There was no need for law, no need for evidence, and so on. Every word that came out of the minister's mouth was the law of the astral souls. It was irresistible, and it could not be defied. The minister had clearly stated the word sin in his last sentence. The minister was very angry. That meant that the Liu family was finished. Lu Wangsheng did not dare to complain, nor did he have anything to complain about. The only thing he hated was the fact that his descendants were so insensible. The Lu family was already one of the top families in Shanjing. What was there to be discontent about? Why did they have to go and cause such a huge disaster? The minister said lightly, Lu family's Lu Zhongtian, Lu Yinting, used public resources for private use, framed the loyal, disregarded the law, and vermin Yanwu. The punishment was about to be handed down. Lu Wangsheng was desperate. So, he suddenly cried out in a heart-wrenching manner, Minister, Minister. My family's ancestor, Lu Shentong, had also fought fiercely in the world. He had also served as a general under the right heavenly king. Minister, please show mercy. The fault of the younger generation should not be blamed on the whole family. The minister's voice was very cold. Do you think that my previous question was without reason? That Lu Shentong actually died on his own bed. As an old general who fought on the battlefield, this is also a crime. The heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, is also guilty. When the continent was in a precarious situation, when the bloody battle at the Sun and Moon Pass was endless, when the Wu people were facing a strong enemy, even if they had a long life, they would choose to self-destruct on the battlefield, and their last bit of strength would be used to slaughter our people. Yet the heavenly king of the right actually had such a great general under his command. Yu Dongtian, the discipline is not strict, and you have no prestige. You are a disgrace to the heavenly king of the right. From today onwards, in front of the Sun and Moon Pass, the whole army will reflect on themselves. The heavenly king of the right, Yu Dongtian, from today onwards, will guard the Sun and Moon Pass for 1,000 years without moving. Your salary will be deducted for 1,000 years as a warning to others. Chapter 1076. The minister's voice was like rolling thunder in spring. It came from ancestor Dragon Gaowu, and no one within a radius of 1,000 miles could not hear it. A long saber appeared in the sky above Shanjing City. The so-called long saber was not enough to describe it. It was a huge saber that stretched from east to west. It was tens of thousands of feet long, and it shone brightly in all directions. The entire Shanjing kept quiet out of fear. For this matter, even the heavenly king of the right, one of the strongest astral souls, was punished. And he was punished so severely. Lu Wangxing's face was as white as paper. Tears and snot flowed down his face. His heart was filled with despair. He no longer had any hope. Even the heavenly king of the right was punished. What hope did the Lu clan have? He had only mentioned the achievements of his ancestors, and he had implicated the heavenly king of the right. Even if the minister had let the Lu clan off and left them some leeway, the Lu clan would no longer have any place in the Yanwu Empire from today onwards. All the soldiers under the heavenly king of the right, or those who used to be under the heavenly king of the right, would hate the Lu clan to the core. They would spare no effort in attacking the Lu family, until the Lu family was completely annihilated and annihilated. Not only did he seek his own death, he even complained for the sake of the heavenly king of the right. Do you think the heavenly king of the right is someone you can frame? The minister's voice was indifferent. The Lu clan, Lu Zhongtian, Lu Yunting. Such people are not fit to hold high positions. The Lu clan is not fit to live in Shanjing. The Lu clan's disciples are not fit to live in this world. The three not fit were like 3 claps of thunder. The fate of the entire Lu clan was decided. The 5 people who held high positions in the Lu clan all fell to the ground like mud. Qin Fanyang must return alive. The minister's voice was cold. I promise that if Qin Fanyang lives, the Lu clan will have a descendant. If Qin Fanyang dies, the entire Lu clan will be buried with him. Sir, Lu Wangxing knelt on the ground and begged weakly. Sir, you should not implicate women and children. The minister smiled faintly. Before you speak, why don't you reflect on yourself? Not long ago, there was someone who had said similar words. Everyone present, please don't forget that when you harm others, there may also be innocent women and children in the court. My ancestor had military exploits. Your Excellency, for the sake of, with a heaven-inspecting minister's decree, I erase all the military merits of the Liu clan's ancestor. The minister said indifferently, You have 3 days to find Qin Fangyang. This is the time limit I promised. He looked at the 5 of them with his rotating eyes and said indifferently, Or have you given up on this time limit? The 5 people of the Liu family scrambled out without saying a word. They were all in a daze, their faces pale, but they tried their best to return, hoping to preserve the last bit of hope, the last bit of bloodline. The Liu clan was finished. This was the common thought of everyone who heard it. However, if they could find Qin Fangyang, then the Liu family would still have a chance to survive. At the very least, they would have a chance to leave behind a descendant. On the other hand, whether it was Qin Fangyang's death or the Liu family's inability to find his whereabouts, the Liu family would definitely be exterminated. The imperial edict to dismiss Liu Yunting, the head of the Dark Department, came from outside. The entire Dark Unit had been placed under surveillance and handed over to the Ministry of Justice for trial. Anyone who participated in cleaning up the traces would be investigated and interrogated to find clues that the Liu clan was finished. However, this was not the end yet, because the minister did not leave. The minister who had dealt with the Liu clan did not have the slightest intention of ending this matter. He turned to look at another vice principal of Ancestral Dragon High School and said indifferently, You are from the Bai clan? You were called Bai Chonghai? Bai Chonghai felt dizzy, and then he lost consciousness. When he woke up from his daze, he saw the head of the Bai clan and a few elders kneeling beside him. I have no intention to ask any more questions, and I am too lazy to judge one by one. Your clan will be dealt with the same way as the Liu clan. I give you 3 days to find Qin Fangyang. If you can't find him, you will be punished. If you can find him, you will also be punished. Another big clan was kicked out of the circle of nobles in Shangjing with just a few words. They would be consigned to eternal damnation. At this moment, the faces of the people who were still in the auditorium were all pale. Those who were qualified to be part of the upper echelons of Ancestral Dragon High School were not ordinary people. However, very few of them had clean hands. Whether it was an exchange of benefits, a compromise of power, or something else, there were very few people who had not done things against their will, against the law, and against the law. In short, there was no one who did not have shit on their buttocks. The only difference was whether to investigate or not. It was fine if it was just a small squabble. However, once it was serious and they lined up to kill, no one was innocent. How could everyone not tremble in fear? They were afraid that the minister would be the next to call out their names and overturn the clan behind them. Shangjing is really dirty now. The minister looked at the people below and could not help but sigh softly. Zhuo Changlu had experienced too many changes in dynasties and the transfer of power. Naturally, he had already seen through the essence of politics and the truth of trickery. The reason why he ignored the filth of the mortal world for so long was that he did not want to be contaminated by the dirtiest dust in the mortal world. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable and all living things were chess pieces. He would have to face this filth again, that on the other side. Wu Yuding had already arrived outside Zhuo Xiaoyan's door and gently knocked on it. Who is it? Zhuo Xiaoyan's voice came from inside. Nian Mao. Hurry up and open the door. Wah! Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was inside, cheered. The sudden sound wave almost blew the roof off. She rushed to open the door as if she was flying. She did not even look and directly rushed into Wu Yuding's arms with her head down. She desperately rubbed. Mom. Wu. Mom. Mom. Wu. You miss me so much. Mom. She repeatedly called her mom and stayed in Wu Yuding's arms. She was unwilling to get up again. She held her tightly with both hands and refused to let go. She was afraid that the person in her arms would leave again. Zhuo Xiaoyan greedily sniffed the unique scent of her mother. She cried, laughed, choked, and wanted to shout with joy. However, she could not help but cry, but tears of happiness that hugging her mother, she only felt that the world was so safe. The long-lost satisfaction came again. You're finally back, Wu. The spiritual goddess, who had always been as cold as an iceberg, cried like a little cat. Her face was mottled with tears. "You little girl, why are you crying?" Wu Yuting hugged her daughter and said angrily, "Didn't your father and I tell you that we would definitely come back? Now you cry as soon as you see us. What is this? Are you glad that we kept our word? Or are you complaining that we came back too late?" "That's different," Zhuo Xiaoyan protested. "What's different? We said that we would come back. Aren't we back now? What's different?" "Anyway, it's different." Zhuo Xiaoyan was still in Wu Yuting's arms. She simply left the ground and climbed onto Wu Yuting's body. If this scene was seen by Zhuo Xiaoduo, he would be in disbelief. No, anyone who knew Zhuo Xiaoyan would be in disbelief if they saw this scene. It was just that the others were more different than Zhuo Xiaoduo. How could this be something that the spiritual goddess and the spiritual goddess could do? Wu Yuting had no choice but to enter the room with her daughter, who looked like a large koala bear. She patted her plump buttocks and said, "Come down. How old are you? Don't you know how to be shy?" "I won't. Come down." "I won't come down." Zhuo Xiaoyan began to act coquettishly. She pouted and wriggled on her mother's body. "You're a big girl. You're going to get married soon. Why are you still so disobedient? You're marrying your son. There are no outsiders around. How can you rely on your mother-in-law like this?" "Of course. Yes, of course." Zhuo Xiaoyan pouted and shouted. Wu Yuting was really speechless. She had to sit by the bed with her daughter in her arms. Suddenly, she was stunned. "What's this? Such a big puppy?" As she spoke, she turned over the quilt. "Ayaya." Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly struggled out of Wu Yuting's arms and pushed the Star Fantasy Jade puppy into the quilt at lightning speed. She still felt unsafe and pushed the quilt to the innermost part of the bed in a hurry. Wu Yuting squinted at her. "Ayaya, you miss my son so much that you even put such a big puppy in the quilt. How shameful. My daughter, Wu Yuting, is such a good-for-nothing." Zhuo Xiaoyan blushed. "No, it's a whole piece of Star Fantasy Jade. It can quickly gather spiritual energy. It just happens to look like a puppy. I put it in the quilt just for cultivation." "Yes, it was for the sake of cultivation." "Cultivation. It has nothing to do with the puppy." Okay. This puppy has nothing to do with the puppy. I thought too much." Wu Yuting gently pinched her daughter's pink face and said, "Then I'll put the living puppy in the quilt for you. Do you want it?" "No way. It stinks." Zhuo Xiaoyan turned her head away proudly. "Oh, then I'll have to find another one to warm his bed." "Ayaya, Mom, you're bullying me." Zhuo Xiaoyan couldn't take it anymore. She snuggled into Wu Yuting's arms and wriggled. Wu Yuting suddenly laughed heartily. She hadn't been so relaxed in a long time. Sure enough, she was most relaxed in front of her family. "By the way, Mom, you're back. Does the puppy know?" Zhuo Xiaoyan suddenly remembered. "I haven't had time to tell him. He seems to be in a private place." Wu Yuting said, "Have you contacted him recently?" "No. Supervisor by Yunduo told me that he's currently in a special training in a certain territory. It's normal that I can't contact him. I'll try to contact him now. If he knows that you two are back, he'll be ecstatic." Zhuo Xiaoyan took out her phone excitedly. Wu Yuting wanted to stop her, but she thought that it would make Zhuo Xiaoyan suspicious. So, she didn't say anything. She couldn't contact him anyway. She would find a way to contact her husband later. She had scanned the entire continent of astral souls with her divine sense and found nothing. Then she would go to the Umno Alliance and the Tao League. She didn't believe that she wouldn't be able to find that kid. Zhuo Xiaoyan was excited. Although she knew that Zhuo Xiaoduo was in a secret special training, she still held on to the slightest hope. After she dialed the number, she sighed softly. "Ayaya, I'm afraid that the puppy is still in the trial. He probably won't be able to pick up the call." Wu Yuting and Zhuo Xiaoyan, one knew the truth, and the other knew the truth about a certain someone's situation. For a moment, they didn't have any hope for this call, but there was a long beep sound from the phone. Did he pick up the call? At this moment, Wu Yuting was shocked. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was holding the phone, was shocked. Her red little mouth was wide open, and her eyes were full of shock. "Mamma mia, you picked up the call." Chapter 1077. Wu Yuting and Zhuo Xiaoyan did not expect Zhuo Xiaoduo to pick up the call. "What? What was going on? This should not be happening. After 2 rings, the call was picked up. The voice was very low, but it was clear that it was Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice. Nian Mao. Zhuo Xiaoyan snorted and said fiercely, "Doggy, where are you?" Zhuo Xiaoduo's voice was heard. I am in the trial. What's so great about the trial? Everyone knows." Zhuo Xiaoyan was about to say something, but the phone was snatched away by Wu Yuding. "Xiao Duo, where are you?" Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned. Why was her mother in such a hurry? She called him Xiao Duo instead of Doggy. Zhuo Xiaoduo was obviously stunned. Then he shouted excitedly, "Mom? Oh, you and Dad are back. Cut the crap. Tell me where you are." Wu Yuding said angrily, "Hurry up and tell me the truth." I'm training in a remote mountain." "Ahem, the signal here isn't very good. I couldn't contact Nian Yin Cat before, but now that I've been able to contact her, everything's fine. I'll be back in a few days, and I've already told you that I'm safe. Don't worry, your son's cultivation has improved tremendously, and he's invincible now." Hearing that his parents were back, Zhuo Xiaoduo was happy. However, he was more worried. If his parents came and met the old man, that they might not be able to defeat the old man. After all, the old man was at the top of the world. Even if his parents were big shots, could they be as strong as the old man? Once the enemy met, they would be furious. His parents would be implicated. Now that he had reported his safety, he could hide in the space of the Tower of Emptiness. He did not believe that the old man could wait for him for long. "Cut the crap," Wu Yuding said angrily. "Hurry up and say it." "Ahem, I'm not far from the Sun Moon Pass. It's very safe," Zhuo Xiaoduo said vaguely. No alliance?" Wu Yuding immediately guessed. "Ahem, you can say that. Mom, I'll talk to you later. There's still a battle here." Before Wu Yuding could say anything, the phone was hung up. Wu Yuding had a murderous look on her face. He actually landed in the UMNO alliance. Humph! Flood, that old bastard. How does he discipline his subordinates? Then he called Zhuo Chonglu. "There's news about Xiao Duo. He's at the UMNO alliance. I just talked to him on the phone." As Zhuo Chonglu interrogated him, the killing intent in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Even though he didn't want to be contaminated by the filth of the world, he had already been contaminated. So, it didn't matter if he was contaminated more. Once he let go of his scruples, everything would be solved. The relevant matters were almost understood. The beginning and the end of the matter were just a few families who were annoyed by Qin Fangyang's interference. In order to ensure that there would be no accidents and that their children could be promoted smoothly, they dealt with Qin Fangyang, who had been jumping around happily. Anyway, this kind of thing had been done countless times in the past years. Everything was familiar to them. So far, the only oversight was when they were arresting Qin Fangyang. Qin Fangyang somehow sensed his danger in advance and always kept a very cautious state of stealth. When the people who dealt with him caught up with him, Qin Fangyang had already left Shangjing City and entered the wilderness. Naturally, the 6 high-level killers wouldn't let him go. They chased him all the way and caused a big battle in the Death Valley in the north of Shangjing City. In this battle, Qin Fangyang exploded 5 doppelgangers and seriously injured 3 of them. However, his head, chest, back, and dantian were fatally injured 17 times, and he fell down the cliff. When Qin Fangyang fell down, the 3 uninjured killers were still in a killing intent. They threw their long swords out of their hands and pierced through Qin Fangyang's body. The bottom of the Death Valley was a bottomless, dangerous place. Once, someone flew down 13,000 meters, but he still couldn't explore the bottom. He encountered dense poisonous fog. For some unknown reason, there was infinite poison gathered below. However, the fog seemed to be locked by some clever tactical formation and didn't rise. However, anyone who fell into the poisonous fog for some reason was doomed to die. There was no exception. Therefore, the Death Valley was called a dangerous place. At this point, even Zhuo Chonglu couldn't help but sigh. Qin Fangyang's hope of survival was very slim. He was almost doomed to die. This result caused Zhuo Chong to fly into a rage. Zhuo Chonglu wouldn't let go of any of the participating families. Even the families who didn't participate Zhuo Chonglu wanted to clean them up as long as they had controlled the dragons fighting for the heritage. At this moment, he had already cleaned up the fourth family. When he was about to continue to clean up the fifth family, he unexpectedly received a call from his wife. He blocked the space and answered the call. He was overjoyed. His son didn't die, and the specific location was sent back. Since his son didn't die, Zhuo Chonglu immediately changed his current plan. It wasn't that Zhuo Chonglu stopped killing because he heard that his son didn't die. It was because he shouldn't be the one to deal with this matter. If Qin Fangyang was still alive and Zhuo Xiaoduo was dead, then everything would be done by him. But from the current situation, it was impossible for Qin Fangyang to still be alive. But Zhuo Xiaoduo had news that he was still alive. Then, the work of avenging Qin Fangyang had to be done by Zhuo Xiaoduo. As his father, he couldn't overstep his boundaries. The reason was very simple. Zhuo Xiaoduo was Qin Fangyang's most valued disciple. It was because of this disciple that this matter happened. If Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't settle this grudge, it wouldn't be a good thing for Qin Fangyang and Zhuo Xiaoduo. Therefore, Zhuo Chonglu immediately stopped. Let Qin Fangyang's disciple take the last step. What a pity! Zhuo Chonglu's heart was full of regret. He had planned to have a good talk with Qin Fangyang after he came out of seclusion. They could really become friends. Although there was a huge disparity between the two of them in terms of status and cultivation, Zhuo Zhonglu still believed that Qin Fangyang was a friend worth making. But now he didn't have the chance. Zhuo Chonglu didn't deal with the Diwu family anymore. Instead, he snorted and said, "The mighty ancestral dragon has been reduced to a place of hiding evil. So what if I'm dealing with it? It really hurts my heart." As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up, and his body slowly disappeared. Zhuo Zhonglu knew everything about Qin Fangyang in his heart. He didn't miss out on anything. It wasn't difficult to do this, but it wasn't easy at all. After Zhuo Chonglu came in and mentioned Qin Fangyang's name, he immediately performed the heavenly soul search on the few people who didn't look right. All secrets were laid bare before his eyes under this top-notch soul-searching technique. Not a single detail was left out. The soul search was an operation that targeted the person's divine soul. The divine soul of a person was difficult to cultivate. It was already unusual to be able to master the soul search. However, whether it was an ordinary person or a cultivator, the divine soul was an extremely fragile part of the body. Once it was damaged, it was difficult to repair. Therefore, the soul search shouldn't be used unless it was a last resort. This was a recognized iron law in the cultivation world. Once it was used, in addition to causing irreparable damage to the divine soul of the person whose soul search was performed, the memory obtained by forcibly collecting the soul search was often only a small part of the person's memory fragments. There might not be any memory that was needed. Moreover, the soul search couldn't be repeated several times. Basically, after one time, the person's divine soul would be seriously damaged and would be no different from an idiot. However, Zhuo Chonglu's heavenly soul search was different. He used his own divine soul to look at the target's divine soul instead of forcibly capturing the divine soul. His cultivation had reached the peak of the world, and so did his divine soul. The target's divine soul search was relatively weak. They couldn't resist Zhuo Chonglu's divine soul search at all. They couldn't even notice that their soul search was being carried out. In the blink of an eye, Zhuo Zhonglu scanned through all of the other party's memories. He could easily restore the truth and determine all of the related criminals. After completing all of this, all of the target's details had been completely exposed. They didn't know anything about it. Going back to the beginning and into the whole thing, it could be said to be an accident, but it might not necessarily be a long-term habit. For a long time, the matter of the dragon race for the heritage in the ancestral dragon gauntlet of Shangjing had been a secret circle of interests. It was jokingly called the cradle of the leadership by insiders. The number of people who entered the dragon race for the heritage was announced to the public every time it was announced to be 24. But in fact, the real number was 36. The extra 12 places were the benefits that belonged to the cradle of the leadership. The royal family, the aristocratic families, and the big clans divided the 12 places, and it was basically impossible for these 12 people to go to dangerous places in the future. For example, they would never go to places like the Sun Moon Pass. It wasn't easy to get a place and divide the luck. Their future progress was guaranteed, and they were destined to go further than the others. Whether it was their starting point, luck, they were much better than the ordinary people. Such a talent, in addition to a deep foundation, had martial strength, brains, and connections. In a few years, they would be able to climb to a high position in the empire and become the mainstay of the family. How could such a mainstay talent be sent to the battlefield to be sacrificed? It was better to stay in the family and stay in the empire to take charge of the overall situation. This was the wisest and most reasonable way to deal with it. And as time passed, as the effect of participating in the dragon race for the heritage was too good, the number of people who were jealous naturally increased day by day. Slowly, the few families who originally had vested interests gradually couldn't withstand the pressure. They used many operations to reduce the number of places for the dragon race for the heritage again, and used this to reduce the pressure on themselves. In the beginning, only 6 of the original 24 places were given to certain families. In name, it was to reward the descendants of the meritorious deeds. After all, the established 12 places were not known to the outside world. It was natural to give a part of the known share. In recent years, there had been a change in the number of people. Nominally, it was said that there were too many people fighting for the heritage, and it was not beneficial to share the luck. The total number of people announced by the officials was reduced from the original 18 to 12. In fact, the 6 places that were reduced by the officials were transferred to the relevant families who had interests. In this way, the official 12 places announced to the public, but there were a total of 24 places. The number of people was under the category of under-the-table operations. However, there was still a considerable amount of room for manipulation on the surface of the 12 places. In the simplest way to describe this situation, it was internally determined. This kind of internal determination was initially targeted to the well-known geniuses, such as Zhuo Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong, and the like. If it was internally determined like this, all parties would relatively approve of it. After all, those who benefited from the heritage would be blessed with luck, and those geniuses would be bound to do their best for the safety and well-being of the continent in the future. In terms of the overall situation, it was in line with the overall interests. But later, the extent to which the royal family of Shangjing and several big families benefited from it, they increasingly witnessed the benefits of the heritage. They were more and more reluctant to share the benefits with ordinary people outside their circle. Not to mention that many families in Shangjing also expressed their intention to have a share of the profits. Finally, it evolved into the current intra-circle of the heritage that the 12 families jointly established to control the heritage. The transactions here were shocking to the eye, modeled and full of bloody paths. Once the huge intra-circle was formed, whoever dared to extend their hands would naturally be suppressed by the other families. Qin Fangyang, with a fearless attitude, barged in. For the future of his students, and for He Yuanyue's last wish, Qin Fangyang did not know the pros and cons. Even if he knew, he would still go forward without hesitation. In this matter, the royal family and 4 of the old families who had vested interests did not make a move. The ones who did make a move were the new families in recent years, namely the Liu family and the Bai family. In their eyes, Qin Fangyang's action was a violation of their established interests, which was a provocation to the main family. Based on the principle that they had been used to for hundreds of years, they just casually ordered, "Get rid of him." And then this matter happened. After Qin Fangyang's accident, these families, as usual, split up and acted with tacit understanding. Those who needed to deal with the traces did so. Those who needed to erase the influence did so. Those who needed to throw out other things to attract the public's attention were also doing the same. All the follow-up traces, including the bystanders and those who might know, were all eliminated. For these families, this was something that they were very familiar with. After all, they had been doing this for so many years, and they could not be more familiar with it. They did it very well, so much so that even the supervisor by Yunduo did a secret investigation, but she did not find any clues. However, no one said anything about it. The main reason was that no one really put in the effort to investigate, and no force had the ability to go against these local tyrants in Shangjing and pull out the teeth from the tiger's mouth. But this time, it was different, completely different. Behind Qin Fangyang, there was an iron plate that was beyond their knowledge. After climbing so many mountains, they finally met a ghost. No, it should be that they met a god, the guardian of the mainland of astral souls. The Fan family, the Lu family, the Wang family, the Bai family, the Yin family, the Zhong family, the Zhou family, and the Shun family. Every single one of these 8 clans had something to do with the matter of Qin Fangyang making a move. The original royal family, the Lan family, the Yang family, and the Xia family, the real 4 big families who also had the most vested interests, did not make a move in Qin Fangyang's incident this time. Now, in the hearts of these few families, it could be said that they were greatly relieved. Even if they were still held accountable, at least it would not be a calamity that would wipe them out. Among the 8 families involved, Zhuo Changlu had already singled out the Fan family, the Lu family, the Bai family, and the Yin family. These few families were definitely done for, and there was no turning back. The minister did not need to say anything, just his attitude of singling them out, and they were already done for, without any luck. Furthermore, the minister had singled out Qin Fangyang, who was one of the top 10 fugitives of the Eastern Army, and this matter would definitely reach the ears of Commander Dongfang. With Commander Dongfang's famous temper of protecting his own, and the minister's implicit support originally, Zhuo Changlu wanted to settle everything. But now that he suddenly knew his son's whereabouts, he naturally left this matter to his son to deal with. It was still the same sentence. It was the same reason why Yun Zhonghu and Bai Yun Duo did not directly take action. Every injustice has its perpetrator. Every debt has its debtor. As Qin Fangyang student, Zhuo Xiaoduo avenged his teacher, and it was right and proper. If he took action, it would be overstepping his authority. Therefore, Zhuo Zhonglu decisively cut him off and swaggered off. The remaining 4 families, who had already felt the impending disaster, could not help but let out a long sigh of relief. It was too frightening. Just now, they clearly felt that their families were done for, but they did not expect that there would be a turn of events. It seemed that the minister only investigated those 4 families and did not investigate us. If that was the case, then that would be great. As long as the minister did not convict us on the spot, no matter how those families bite us, we can deal with them. At most, we will give up some benefits and abandon the rook to save the king. Compared to the entire family, a few benefits are nothing. Since arriving, the emperor, who knew that the minister was investigating the matter of the dragons fighting over the veins, did not dare to come in at all and had been waiting outside. At this moment, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Pass down the decree. Fan Lu, Bai and Yin families, and all related officials are to be dismissed and investigated. These 4 families, with 9 generations as the limit, will use all their manpower to set up an inescapable net to capture and investigate the case of Teacher Qin's murder. We must let the heroic souls rest in peace in the underworld. Ancestral Dragon Gao will be reorganized from today onwards. Department Head Ding of the Martial Arts Department will be in charge of this matter. As for the shares of the dragons fighting over the veins, come up with the most fair and appropriate distribution plan as soon as possible. At this moment, no one would object to the Emperor's words, including the 7 families who previously regarded the dragons fighting over the veins as their private property. This time, not only did they not dare to have the slightest objection, but they kept quiet out of fear that the slightest movement would cause trouble for themselves. Now, everyone was very clear in their hearts. The most important thing now was to extricate their families from this matter, and then they could talk about other things. His life was his top priority, and his family's safety was his top priority. It was really too frightening. The 4 families that had been entrenched in Shangjing for more than 2,000 years were completely uprooted with just a few words, and there was no longer any chance of survival. Although nominally, they still had to go through the judicial process, everyone was still clear in their hearts. Everyone in the 4 families, from top to bottom, would not be able to survive. Only the subordinates of the heavenly king of the right and the generals of the great marshal Dongfang would not be spared. One had to know that this time they had a good reason to act. They had the support of the number one in the world, the guardian of astral souls, behind them. How could that group of people not take the opportunity to make a move? If they did not turn the world upside down, it would not be over. In the following period of time, Shangjing City would be in troubled times, and it would become a place of trouble. It was better for everyone to be more honest. If they could successfully survive this dragon's fighting over the veins, it would be a blessing from the heavenly official, a blessing from the heavens. The wind blew in the sky. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuding had already met up. Let's go to the UMNO alliance immediately. Wu Yuding's attitude was very decisive. She could not wait to find her son now, hold the puppy in her arms, and kiss him properly. She really missed it too much. Her son was in the UMNO alliance, and that was a dangerous place. How could that be? Although there is definite news from my son's side, I still feel that there is something strange about this matter. Zhuo Changlu frowned. You didn't kill everyone, did you? No. Your call came at the right time. Since Xiao Duo is still alive, I naturally have to leave some for Xiao Duo. Zhuo Changlu sighed and said, although this will damage my reputation, Qin Fangyang is Xiao Duo's teacher. If Xiao Duo can avenge his teacher with his own hands, it will inevitably be a great regret in his life. In the future, when he dreams at night, he will often feel that he has wronged his teacher, and this guilt will accompany him for the rest of his life. Therefore, this kind of situation naturally has to be avoided. Wu Yuding deeply agreed. You're right. The two of them began to discuss going to the UMNO alliance together to pick up the puppy. Zhuo Xianyan was listening at the side, and she insisted on going with them. After being scolded by Zhuo Changlu with a stern face, she pouted and became obedient. Just as the two of them were about to leave, Zhuo Changlu suddenly received a phone call. At first glance, he couldn't help but be surprised. He said, hey, is it from who to? He just left for a night. Why is he calling? So he answered, who to? Zhuo Changlu frowned. What's the matter? Cough, cough, cough. This, that. On the other side, Yun Zhonghu's strange voice sounded as if he was in a mess in the wind. He stuttered the whole time and couldn't even speak clearly. As two people who had watched Yin Zhonghu grow up, they could imagine that the king of Zhuolu was probably in a state of complete confusion at this time. What's the matter? Yin Zhonghu's voice was already breaking down. We found the whereabouts of youngest junior brother. You found it? Zhuo Changlu frowned. I already know. I also got the information about Xiao Duo's whereabouts. Yin Zhonghu's tone was extremely surprised. You are actually not angry? Angry? Zhuo Changlu was immediately puzzled. What's going on? What did you find on your end? Yin Zhonghu's voice was messy in the wind. After youngest junior brother's portrait was sent to Ryu Pass, there was news from there. They said that on the day youngest junior brother went missing, someone took him to visit the cemetery of martyrs and entered the martyrs' palace. Zhuo Changlu. Hearing this, the minister's eyebrows slowly twisted into a rope. He was keenly aware that there was something unusual going on. Tell me exactly what happened. Yin Zhonghu was about to speak when he heard Wu Yuding's phone ring. When Wu Yuding saw it, she immediately cried out in joy. I really don't know what kind of good day it is today. My dad actually took the initiative to call me. It seems that today is destined to be a day of reunion. Yes, Xiao Duo and little Nian haven't seen him yet. Chapter 1078. On the other end of the phone, Yin Zhonghu, who was talking to Zhuo Changlu, naturally heard Wu Yuding's words. His eyes widened. Master, you should ask mistress. Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was at the side, suddenly looked up. Her pretty eyes were filled with astonishment. Grandpa, do Xiao Duo, and I really have a grandpa? Wu Yuding laughed and scolded her. You silly girl. Without your grandpa, where would your mother come from? Zhuo Xiaoyan smiled foolishly. Yes, yes. She turned her head and couldn't help but be surprised. Dad, why you look so weird? Zhuo Changlu snorted and then remembered to talk to Yin Zhonghu. However, he was shocked to find that Yin Zhonghu had already hung up. Huh? This kid actually dared to hang up on me? What's going on? Immediately, he saw Wu Yuting pick up the phone excitedly. Dad, where have you been all these years? Have you been in seclusion? You're finally out. You didn't even give us any news for so many years. You don't know how worried we were. An embarrassed voice came from the other end. Rainy. He. Is that person beside you? Wu Yuting was annoyed and amused at the same time. He's beside me. Your son-in-law is beside me. Zhuo Changlu looked up, his eyes darting around. His usually elegant face gradually crumbled. On the other side, Lei Zhangtian was also scratching his head. His hair was in a mess. He laughed awkwardly and said, You're on the side. That's good. That's good. I'll call you later. Wu Yuting was stunned. Dad? Dad? Yu, say something. She heard someone shouting, Hello, hello, hello? Hello, hello, hello? Fuck, why is the UMNO Alliance's signal so bad? Huh. The call was hung up. Wu Yuting was stunned. A signal from the UMNO Alliance? Zhuo Changlu's expression changed. He heaved a long sigh of relief. All right, don't worry. I can roughly imagine what the situation is now. The situation is very clear now. Wu Yuting stared blankly. Is the situation clear? Can you imagine it? I'm still completely dumbfounded. How do you know everything? Shouldn't today be a good day for a family reunion? Zhuo Changlu sighed. He glanced at his wife and said helplessly, You claim to be smart all your life. How could you be so ignorant? Even now, you still don't understand? Second brother must have come out of seclusion and found out that he had a new grandson. He must be very excited and happy, so he naturally came to take a look. When we really see him, other than praising him for being a good kid, we'll think that since we're not by his side, won't he have the responsibility to help teach him? He wants to make up for the regret of not being here all these years. So he took Xiao Duo away to gain experience. That's what happened. Let's think about it a little deeper. Look at the current world. Other than second brother, who is easily hot-headed and makes stupid mistakes at the drop of a hat, who does things on his own without caring about the consequences, only he would do something like taking Xiao Duo away without telling anyone. This indirectly caused Xiao Duo's inexplicable disappearance. If it were someone else, it would either be difficult to get a response until today, or Xiao Duo would have been dead for a long time. Besides, if it weren't for him, why would he hang up after knowing that I was next to him? He's guilty. It had to be said that Zhuo Changlu's brain was quite good. He guessed the whole truth just by relying on Lei Changtian's hesitant phone call. Wu Yuting nodded in agreement as she listened. When Zhuo Changlu finished, he suddenly frowned and said with unusual dissatisfaction, What do you mean by your second brother? That's my father. Your father-in-law. You call him second brother so blatantly. Do you want to call me eldest niece? Tell me, are you trying to take advantage of me? Zhuo Changlu touched his nose and smiled bitterly. It's not that I don't want to call him father, but the problem is that he doesn't dare to agree. Besides, how many years ago weren't you eldest niece? Weren't you the one who followed behind him and acted like a spoiled child every day? However, he absolutely didn't dare to say this now. Wu Yuting's mind turned, and she instantly sorted out the cause and effect. She was sulking and rolled her eyes, but she couldn't vent it. Her disappointing father, every time he saw his son-in-law, he had a fawning look on his face and rushed to call him big brother. As his daughter, she was speechless. That's not right. Xiao Duo has been missing for more than a day or two. Why didn't he think of calling to inform us? Even if he didn't want to care about Feng Hai, he should have contacted Xingqian or Huzi and his wife. Why did he have to be so anxious? Wu Yuting thought for a while and found another problem. Zhuo Changlu was speechless. My dear wife, think about your father's brain. He does things incoherently and thinks he's infallible. I bet that Xiao Duo still doesn't know that it's his grandfather. He must have made up a reason that he thinks is very convincing and sent the child to a dangerous place to gain experience. Think about how he and Xiao Duo are in the UMNO Alliance. What else can you not understand? Then how do you know that he won't reveal his true identity? My dear wife, why can't your brain work when it comes to our family? You can understand if you think about it a little. Who is your father? He's the demon ancestor, among the top people in the world, except for a limited number of people who could do anything to him. If Xiao Duo knows that his grandfather is such an awesome existence, he'll just treat it as a sightseeing tour no matter how dangerous the place is. Even if second brother forces him to fight, this guy only needs to act coquettishly, and everything will be fine. What's the effect? How would second brother dare to let him know? Who knows what kind of fucking excuse he'll come up with? It had to be said that Zhuo Zhonglu's understanding of Lei Zhongtian's character had reached a very subtle level. His words clearly analyzed Lei Zhongtian's motives and psychology. It was meticulous and clear, as if he had seen it with his own eyes. Wu Yuting looked distressed. Then why did you call now? The timing is just before we came out of seclusion. This should be a coincidence, as well as a little bit of certainty. Zhuo Zhonglu snorted. I guess second brother found out that this guy's ability to cause trouble is beyond his expectations. He's even caused a lot of trouble now. It's so big that this bastard found out that he can't handle it alone. After all, they're in the UMNO alliance. Doesn't this mean that Xiao Duo and his grandfather are in danger now? Wu Yuting's expression changed. It's not necessarily very dangerous, but a certain degree of danger is inevitable. As we come out of seclusion, the higher-ups of the UMNO alliance will have their concerns. Then we have to hurry. It's a 1 in a million chance. Why are you still dawdling? Wu Yuting said with dissatisfaction. Zhuo Zhonglu was speechless. I wanted to go there quickly, but you kept asking me questions, didn't you? But no matter how speechless he was, he didn't dare to talk reason with a woman, especially his own wife. Was his brain damaged? Fenghai. Yin Zhonghu and Yu Dantian looked at each other. They were both speechless and filled with sorrow. Who would have thought that after so many days of mobilizing so many people, it turned out to be a blunder? Now, the entire Yinwu Empire was in a state of panic. However, it wasn't that there were no benefits. The bandits and bandits within the borders of the continent were almost completely wiped out. Countless corrupt officials had also been purged with the help of this wind. The remaining people were like cicadas in winter, not daring to act rashly for a short period of time, that although they knew that it was a blunder, Yin Zhonghu and Yu Dantian only frowned and sulked. They didn't dare to say anything. That was the great senior. Who dared to say anything? Not to mention the two of them, even Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch. Fuck his grandfather. The one who could curse was Yu Xingqian, the star-plucking monarch. The star-plucking monarch was beyond furious. Fuck his grandfather. He had cursed this sentence thousands of times. It was the same sentence over and over again. There was no other way. Curse his mother? No way. That was his senior. She was practically his mother. How could he curse her? Curse his wife? If his wife was still alive, he could curse her. But since she was already dead, he couldn't curse her anymore. Curse his daughter? That was even more unacceptable. Therefore, Yu Xingqian had no choice but to fuck him. This Lei Lauer has a hole in his brain. His nerves are damaged. His heart is only one orifice, and it's intermittent. His brain circuit. Damn it, this bastard doesn't have a brain circuit at all. Fuck his grandfather. I'm so angry. Yu Xingqian was so angry that his heart, liver, spleen, stomach, and kidneys swelled. But he still couldn't vent his anger. After a long while, he finally took out his phone. He called one by one. Dao, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. Who? Lei Lauer. You can't beat him? Of course. I know you can't beat him. But don't worry, I'll get Sword to help you. Just wait for my news. When the time comes, just leave everything to fight. Sword, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. Cousin Sheen, what are you doing? Cough, cough. Beat someone up for me. Your second brother. Which second brother? How many second brothers do you have? It's the father of the woman who snatched your husband from you. Then it's settled. Wait for my news. Dao, what are you doing? Beat someone up for me. You just have to focus on stabbing him. It's decided then. After contacting a few people, Yu Xingqian put down his phone angrily. The left and right heavenly kings who were nearby kept quiet out of fear. Their eyes met, and they saw the sincere shock. Beating up the demon ancestor actually required so many people to work together. Yu Xingqian saw their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He snorted and said, "It's not difficult to kill this old thing, but it's not easy to beat up a cultivator of his level. You two little things cultivate like turtles. If you don't work harder, Beigong Hao and the others will catch up with you. None of you are capable. The left and right heavenly kings looked embarrassed and swallowed their dissatisfaction. They thought, how can they catch up with us? But you, old man, if you don't work harder, we'll catch up with you. Then what do we do now? What else can we do? Yu Xingchen said, Yin Zhonghu, go and meet your wife. Guard Shangjing nearby. He turned to look at his son and said angrily, why aren't you guarding the Sun-Moon Pass? What are you waiting for? Do you think you were demoted for 1,000 years for nothing? How can you still be so carefree? They also have sons, I also have sons, but why is the difference between our sons so big? Yu Dantian walked away with his head drooped. He had no objection to guarding the Sun-Moon Pass for 1,000 years. Now, the Dao League was fighting at the front lines. He was just going to watch the show at the Sun-Moon Pass. As for the self-criticism in front of the entire army, it was even less of a problem. Back then, I was beaten up in front of the entire army more than once or twice. My prestige is still at its peak. What's the difference between this and me being on vacation? But no matter what, he is still a son. As a son, why can't I compare to that little rascal? Isn't this series of changes caused by him? Isn't it because he has good parents that he can be so successful now? If I had parents like that. Well, anyway, I can't say it like that. Seeing his son fly away without any sense of propriety, Yu Xingchen became more and more angry. His lips trembled. Huzi, look at your brother Tian's dog shit appearance. Tell me, how did I give birth to such a disappointing son? Yin Zhonghu's mouth twitched. I have to go. Duo is waiting for me. Goodbye, uncle. Wait. Yu Xingchen grabbed Yin Zhonghu and said, this Xiaohu look. Is there anyone suitable for your brother Tian? If this goes on, won't that kid follow my footsteps? Hearing this, Yin Zhonghu's face immediately turned ugly. It wasn't that this was difficult, but it was too difficult. Looking at the entire continent, not to mention finding a few female warriors who could match the heavenly king of the right. Even finding one was like finding a needle in a haystack. During the war, female warriors died much faster than male warriors on the battlefield. This wasn't to disrespect women. It was the truth. In the face of death, men were always more able to withstand it. As for female warriors who could match the king of Zulu, they either had a large group of great-grandchildren and a huge family, or they were already married and deeply in love. Husband and wife were birds in the same boat and would not leave each other day and night. As far as Yin Zhonghu knew, there was only one female martial artist who was still single and had a high enough status. She was the only female martial artist who was still single. However, Yu Dantian didn't dare to provoke that one. Even you, Uncle Yu, wouldn't dare to act rashly. It's really rare. It's hard to find. Yin Zhonghu was very melancholy. Don't worry, take your time. I'll leave everything to you. Yu Xingchen said, as long as there's a suitable one, send them to a pile. Send them to a pile? That did you think this was a betrothal? Yu Xingchen said, as long as there's a suitable one. I'll personally go to the Umno Alliance and find a great fire shaman. I'll ask for 2 jugs of wine that's incompatible with water and fire. Yin Zhonghu felt that his whole body was cramping. He said his goodbyes awkwardly and ran away as fast as he could. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already come out of the Void Extermination Tower. Otherwise, Zhuo Xiaoyan wouldn't be able to contact him. Well, the Umno Alliance had already removed the signal jamming. Wu Du and the other great shamans had already confirmed Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammering technique. Naturally, they wouldn't target him anymore. Therefore, the signal jamming was meaningless. Previously, when he was cultivating in the Void Extermination Tower, Zhuo Xiaoduo realized that after he had advanced to the ultimate profound realm, his cultivation progress was extremely slow. It was so slow that it was almost ridiculous. After staying in the Void Extermination Tower for a total of 6 months, which was equivalent to 2 days in the outside world, Zhang Xuejuan still hadn't woken up. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but poke his head out to check on the situation. As soon as Zhuo Xiaoduo poked his head out, Lei Changtian, who was still nearby, naturally noticed it. However, he didn't move. If I don't move, you'll definitely think that I've left. Then, you'll have to think a way to go back quickly. I won't restrict you anymore. You can fly, go invisible, or put on makeup. Anyway, no matter what, you just have to hurry back. If you don't go back, I'll go crazy. Seeing Zhou Xiaoduo poke his head out, he even took 2 steps to test the waters. Then, he disappeared with a whoosh. After a while, he poked his head out again. He swaggered about 10 to 20 meters away before retracting his head again. He poked his head out again. He retracted his head again. Lei Chantian, who was invisible in the sky, felt his stomach ache. Why don't you come out already? No one's going to catch you. After 30 to 40 tests, Zhou Xiaoduo finally confirmed that he wasn't in any danger. In the last few tests, he had walked a few thousand meters, but he was still fine. That meant that old man had left. He finally left. Zhou Xiaoduo almost laughed out loud to vent the joy in his heart. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo started to put on makeup for himself. He changed his muscles and bones and transformed himself into a huge fat man. He appeared shakily and then ran toward the nearest Alliance city. He had to find a place with signal quickly. His family must be worried sick. Finally, after running for 5,000 to 6,000 miles, his phone finally had signal. Hence, Zhou Xiaoduo took out his phone and prepared to send a message. He didn't dare to make a call. If he did, the signal would be too strong, but coincidentally, just as he took out his phone, Wolf Running Tower digging Lei Tao Tao's gang shredded Wang Ba Mao. Someone actually called him. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked, and his scalp went numb. Lei Chantian, who was invisible in the sky, was also shocked, and his hair stood on end. When Zhou Xiaoduo saw the caller ID, it was my dear wife missing cat. He was immediately happy and picked up the call without saying anything. Our hearts are really connected. I'm no longer the little dog I used to be. When we meet again, he hung up the call as soon as possible. Then, Zhou Xiaoduo continued to shake his fat and trembling body as he dashed forward. However, Lei Chantian, who was in the sky, was stunned. I actually heard the sound of rain. Oh. Both of them came out of seclusion. Lei Chantian painfully thought for a long time. He felt that he should confess and be lenient. After all, it had been such a long time. He guessed that both of them were about to fall sick from anxiety. If it was only Zhou Chanchang, who cared how he died? But his daughter was also involved. Besides, when Zhou Chanchang wanted to beat him up, his daughter was the key person to protect him. Hence, Lei Chantian took out his phone and called his daughter with all his courage. When he asked, he found that guy beside her instantly. Lei Chantian didn't dare to say anything. He only hinted to his daughter that she should leave him alone later and he would call again. Zhou Chanchang couldn't know about this, however. Lei Chantian never expected that this intermittent and vague phone call would completely expose him. After hanging up the phone, Lei Chantian trembled in fear for a long time before he went forward to chase after Zhou Xiaoduo. In the end, he was still worried. This little guy was a troublemaker deep down. Reality proved that a certain grandfather's worries were true. He saw that Zhou Xiaoduo had encountered a new situation at a glance and hurried over to see what was going on. He saw a burly figure in green linen clothes. His hair was messy and his hands were behind his back. He was standing in front of Zhou Xiaoduo and seemed to be saying something. When Lei Chantian saw this person from afar, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Although this person changed his appearance, how could he not recognize him? Even if you turn into ashes, I can still recognize which piece floating in the air is yours. You are the great flood witch. Lei Chantian's eyes instantly turned red. The flood witch, his irreconcilable enemy. It was him who caused the downfall of all his brothers. It was him who hammered him twice and forced him to live in seclusion for 1,000 years to recover from his injuries. It was this bastard. Now this bastard is actually stopping my dear grandson again. What is he trying to do? Is he trying to cut the grass and get rid of the roots? Lei Chantian's heart was in his throat. He activated all his cultivation and quietly approached. He gritted his teeth and glared, but he didn't dare to take another step forward. Damn it. It seems that my time has come. If this guy dares to do anything to Xiaoduo, I'll immediately self-destruct this bastard. Who's afraid of who? Damn it. Coming to the Alliance this time was really unlucky. He had bumped into all sorts of monsters. But in the next moment, his eyes widened. The flood which on the other side said something, and Zhuo actually nodded happily. Then he followed the flood which all the way forward. Lei Changtian's eyes widened in disbelief. What the fuck? What's going on? Why did that little bastard follow her? That's the flood which... Where's your vigilance? Where's your cautiousness? This is too unreal, isn't it? Zhuo had just turned the mountain pass when he saw the long-haired weirdo in front of him. Suddenly, a vague feeling as heavy as a mountain suddenly attacked him. At the first sight of this person, Zhuo felt that the whole world was stagnant. Even his divine thoughts were no exception. They were frozen. Under such circumstances, even if he wanted to hide in the Tower of Annihilation, he couldn't do it. The guy could kill him with just a glance. It would take a moment to hide in the Tower of Annihilation, and in that moment, the guy could kill him. Countless times. Realizing this, Zhuo couldn't help but feel his heart pounding. He didn't dare to act rashly. In the next moment, he saw the burly guy waving at him and saying, "Little brother, can you ask for directions?" Ask for directions? Zhuo instinctively tried to read the man's fortune. Chapter 1079. Oh yeah, everything in front of him was foggy and deep. As expected, he couldn't see anything at all. Luckily, he was prepared, so he wasn't surprised at all. The strength displayed by the other party was beyond Zhuo's understanding, so he shouldn't be able to see anything. However, the curious Zhuo threw out 2 drops of Providence points, but in the end, the Providence points were actually bounced back. Bounced back. This result shocked Zhuo so much that his heart spasmed. The luck points were bounced back completely intact. Oh my god. What kind of terrifying overlord is this? This is the first time I've encountered a situation where my luck points were bounced back, that not only was the person in front of him ridiculously powerful, far exceeding his understanding, but he was also an expert in the luck path. His providence was also valiant to the point of surpassing others by a large margin. Senior, may I ask where you want to go? Where do you want to go? Zhuo's attitude was unprecedentedly respectful. Yes, I want to go to the Sun Moon Pass, but I've been in seclusion for so many years, and now that I've come out, everything has changed. It's unfamiliar, and I don't know where to go. The person frowned. Oh, what a coincidence. I also want to go to the Sun Moon Pass. Zhuo looked at the unfathomable expert in front of him suspiciously. Could it be that this person has seen through my identity? What a coincidence. The person said kindly, "May I ask what your surname is?" My surname is Zhuo. Zhuo said seriously. Oh, little brother Zhuo, my surname is Shui. Since we're all going to the Sun Moon Pass, why don't we travel together? Greetings, Senior Shui. You're welcome. It's great that Senior Shui wants to travel with us, but I'm afraid I'll take up too much of your time. So Zhuo made up his mind. If it was a blessing, it wouldn't be a disaster, and if it was a disaster, it couldn't be avoided. How could he resist the unfathomable strength displayed by the person in front of him? I'm just thinking about it, so I don't mind wasting some time. Little brother, do you know if there's a city nearby? Let's go and find out where we are going. The messy-haired figure spoke in a kind tone, but the inexplicable majesty that flowed out of his body, even though he had tried his best to restrain it, was still engraved in Zhuo's spiritual sense that was 1,000 times stronger than an ordinary person's, causing him to feel fear. Zhuo's heart was pounding like a little deer. He clearly understood that the person in front of him was probably the strongest person he had ever met. Even the people's livelihood couldn't compare to it. Well, the shortcoming here was not only in terms of cultivation realm, but also in terms of overall strength and combat strength. Although Elder Wan's cultivation was pure and his realm was high, when it came to the heart of killing, his combat strength was not outstanding at all. Because he had been in seclusion for more than 1,000,000 years, it was not an exaggeration to say that he had little combat experience. Therefore, his overall combat strength was far inferior to his cultivation realm. To give a relatively direct example, Zhuo was able to kill opponents 2 levels higher than him. Wasn't it because his overall combat strength was extremely high, and he was even stronger than those opponents whose cultivation bases were far above his. The so-called non-battle crimes were only because many internal and external factors were not taken into account. Otherwise, how could there be so many non-battle crimes? However, what kind of person would be a mighty figure whose comprehensive strength might be stronger than Elder Wand's? Was there really such a person in the world? Although Xiao Duo was terrified, he had a clear feeling that this person didn't have any ill intentions towards him. In fact, he even had a strange feeling that this person was helping a junior and taking care of him. Could it be that I've really met a good person? So Xiao Duo couldn't help letting his imagination run wild. The two of them chatted along the way, and they didn't feel lonely at all. Looking at little brother's was age, your bone age, and spiritual soul. You're at most in your 20s, right? However, his cultivation is not ordinary. It is pure and profound. A 20-year-old profound returnance cultivator is already rare and commendable. The depth of his foundation is far above that of many sky-soar cultivators. Since ancient times, there have only been a few such geniuses. Sire Shui said, "Senior is praising me too much. My cultivation isn't worth mentioning before Senior. It's like a firefly compared to the moon." Haha, your cultivation might be inferior to mine now, but when I was your age, I was also like a firefly compared to the moon. Sire Shui solemnly replied, "We've been traveling together for more than a day. Why don't we have a spar when you're feeling frustrated? I'm interested in seeing your strength and cultivation, and there's no harm in finding some problems with you." Sire Shui's words were really straightforward. He directly said that he wanted to give Xiao Duo some pointers. However, Xiao Duo rejoiced and replied, "Thank you, Sire Shui." At the same time, his heart was filled with anticipation. Xiao Duo knew very well that if the other party wanted to kill him, he could do it with a glare. There was really no need to spar and give pointers. Thus, Sire Shui's words must be from the bottom of his heart. It was a great opportunity to receive guidance from such an almighty being. It was an opportunity that ordinary people might not even be able to obtain, even if they spent their entire lives dreaming of it. So how could Xiao Duo not be excited? The two of them entered the nearest city and asked about the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass before Sire Shui brought Xiao Duo and soared into the sky. "I'll bring you along, and I'll give you pointers when we reach a place where there's no one around." All right. The two of them soared into the sky like shooting stars and disappeared in a flash. After they soared into the sky, Sire Shui waved his sleeves, and countless strong gales suddenly appeared. Instantly, the entire sky and land behind him was split into many strips. With this wave of his sleeves, countless spatial cracks appear behind him, blocking the demon ancestor and preventing him from following them. Flood! Damn you! Lei Tian spent a lot of effort to break through these obstructions, but when he soared into the sky again, he could no longer sense the two of them. The sky was clear, and the ground was vast. But this time, he had really lost them. "Fuck you." Lei Tian was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. "Fuck you, bastard. Why did you come out to stir shit? Fuck you." After searching for a long time, Lei Tian still couldn't find any clues, and he completely collapsed. He pointed at the sky and cursed the earth, but it was useless. No matter how angry, frustrated, and depressed he was, no matter how many negative emotions he accumulated, Lei Tian still didn't dare to be negligent, and hurriedly chased in the direction of the Sun-Moon Pass. All methods led to the same destination. The destination of the two of them was the Sun-Moon Pass. As long as he rushed there at the fastest speed, he would definitely be able to find clues about their whereabouts. But along the way, Lei Tian was flustered and exasperated, and he cursed endlessly. "What does it have to do with you? Do I need you to jump out and cause trouble? This is ridiculous. That's my grandson. What does he have to do with you? Bullshit number one, expert. You should be more reserved. Where's your identity? Where's your dignity? Where's the bearing of an expert? Fuck you. You are not a fucking human." As he cursed, he anxiously chased forward. Lei Tian was not worried at all. If the flood which wanted to take Zhuo Xiaoduo's life, he could kill him with just a glance. Lei Zhangtian was not in front of him. Even if he was in front of him, he would not be able to stop him. Since she didn't make a move just now, it was impossible for her to do it again. But this wasn't the problem now, okay? Why did you take him away? What am I supposed to do now? I brought my grandson here, but I've already lost him twice. This time, it was even worse. He had already called his daughter, and he didn't know how she would react. Would she be able to guess the whole story? How did things become like this? The child was taken away by the flood witch, and in this world at most, only the child's father could get him back. But then how could he hide it? Lei Changtian was so worried that his intestines were in a knot. As he ran, he heard the phone ring urgently. Ring, ring, ring. Ring, ring, ring. Lei Changtian was on the verge of breaking down. There was no need to ask who was calling. Other than his own daughter, who else would call him? And this call was just made by him. The evils he brought upon himself were the hardest to bear. Lei Changtian hesitated again, and finally stopped in the air to answer the call. Hello. He forced himself to calm down and tried to make his voice as steady as possible, pretending as if nothing had happened. Dad! Wu Yuding's anxious voice came through. Where are you now? Lei Changtian cursed in his heart. What's wrong? You're getting more and more impudent. You don't even care about your father anymore, and you're the only one left. But he kept replying, Hey, I'm here. Where's this place again? Wu Yuding exploded on the phone. Where are you? Grumbling my ass. Hurry up and say it. Where did you take my son? Her voice was so loud that it was deafening. Lei Changtian subconsciously moved the phone away from his ear, and his face twisted even more. Cough, cough. Don't worry. I just want to train him. I'm doing this for the sake of the child. Only by suffering the hardest can one rise above others. Lei Changtian said humbly. For his sake, my ass. Hurry up and tell me where he is. Where are the two of you now? He's here. Why are you dilly-dallying? Is the child not by your side? If he is, let him answer the phone. Her words hit the nail on the head, and there was no room for excuses. That child is not by my side now. Lei Changtian wanted to die, but he could only tell the truth. Where did he go? Once she heard that he was not by her side, Wu Yuding immediately became angry. Cough, cough. He was taken away. Daughter, don't worry. Even if I have to risk my life, I will. Lei Changtian was so anxious that he stuttered. Then, there was suddenly no sound from the other side of the phone. Lei Changtian's heart skipped a beat, and he hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. Daughter? Rainy, don't. A steady voice came from the other side of the phone. Your daughter has fainted. Now, you can tell me what you want to say. Chapter 1080. Boss. Lei Changtian instinctively lowered his head. Don't call me that. What happened? Be more specific. Lei Changtian was foaming at the mouth and his eyes were rolling around. Who took him? Zhuo Changlu was anxious. Tell me the name. He was taken away by the flood witch. Lei Zhangtian said dejectedly. Well, he couldn't hide it anyway. The flood witch took him. Zhuo Changlu's voice inexplicably softened. He said, Oh, it's not a big deal. Not a big deal? Lei Changtian was confused. Son-in-law, have you become so fat? Ahem. Boss is wise and powerful. The flood, which is nothing. Lei Changtian said flatteringly. Are you telling me where you are now? Hurry up and say it. Can you stop wasting my time? Zhuo Zhonglu said resolutely. I'm in the UMNO Alliance. You're really capable. You threw your daughter's son behind the UMNO Alliance. What a big deal. Zhuo Changlu's voice was cold. Well, you're a qualified grandfather. Boss, I was wrong. From now on, stay where you are and don't move. Did you hear me? Yes. I won't move. Attention. Yes. Lei Changtian instinctively stood at attention and didn't move. Then the phone was hung up. Lei Changtian stood in the air and didn't move. His mind was in a mess, and he only felt that. Something was wrong. He was in a daze for a long time before he woke up. Fuck. Zhuo Changchang is my son-in-law. Why should I be afraid of him? How unruly. How can you yell at your father-in-law like that? Don't you know what it means to be respectful? You have no father. You are a traitor. I wish I could. He cursed under his breath as his eyes vigilantly scanned his surroundings, fearing that someone would suddenly appear beside him, as his body was standing straight in the air. He remained motionless. Since Boss said that they couldn't move, they couldn't move. Even if they were beaten to death, they couldn't move. Attention! Boss hadn't even called for a breather. After a short while, the space was torn apart. Zhuo Changlu and Wu Yuting appeared in front of Lei Changtian. When Lei Changtian saw that face, he instinctively put his feet together, puffed out his chest, and raised his head. His voice was loud and clear. "Hello, boss. Hello, sister-in-law." The corner of Zhuo Zhanglu's mouth twitched. Wu Yuting was stunned. "Dad!" She was so angry that she stomped her feet. "Can't you be more reasonable?" Wu Yuting was really going crazy. What kind of father was I, who would call their daughter sister-in-law? This was simply a bastard. Lei Changtian suddenly came to his senses. He nodded and bowed at Zhuo Changlu with a flattering smile. Then, he looked at his daughter with a kind and guilty expression. "Yuli." Wu Yuting's face was livid. "Don't talk nonsense. Where's my son?" "Cough. Why don't you just tell me which way the flood went?" "That way." "Then why aren't you chasing after her? Are you just standing here like a fool? Are you waiting for Xiao Duo to come back and find you?" Lei Changtian felt wronged. "I don't want to chase after her." "No, I'm chasing after her. But boss ordered me to stand still and to stand at attention. Besides, if I were to chase after her, would the two of you be able to find me so quickly?" There were thousands of thoughts in his mind, but he said, "I'll chase after her right now. Let's go." Zhuo Changlu took the lead and led the way. Lei Changtian and his daughter followed closely behind, paying close attention to the situation below. After flying for thousands of miles, Lei Changtian finally reacted. That's not right. His son-in-law and daughter didn't seem to be in a hurry. They were just looking for her leisurely. What was going on? "I say, why are the two of you so careless with your own son?" Lei Changtian acted like an elder and lectured his daughter. "Can't you be faster? That's your son." As he spoke, he looked at Zhuo Changlu's back with a guilty conscience. "You're just putting on airs in front of me." Wu Yuting looked at her father in exasperation. "Can't you be a little more mature? Which father-in-law doesn't put on airs in front of their son-in-law? Look at you. You could be so domineering and lawless in front of anyone, but you're terrified when you see your own son-in-law. Can't you give me some face? Can you straighten your back? Can't you be more arrogant?" Lei Changtian's face and neck turned red. "How can you talk to your father like that? Didn't I just ask you one question?" He was his own son, yet he was so careless. What was going on? The two of you. How can you be a parent? Wu Yuting was enraged and said, "If you didn't steal my son, would things have reached this stage? I haven't even settled this score with you, and now you're talking about me? Where's your face? Do you still want your old face?" Lei Changtian muttered guiltily, "That's that. I'm just afraid that you'll spoil the child. You don't have any experience in raising a child. Just like how you raised me? You call that experience?" Wu Yuting said in a very nasty voice, "Is it a good thing for you to be a hands-off shopkeeper and leave your daughter to your brother? Do you want to give my son away too?" Lei Changtian swallowed his saliva and stared at her for a long time before he said dryly, "But aren't you very happy now?" "What the hell?" Wu Yuting felt her break down double. She just wanted to rub her fists and put her strong impulse to beat her biological father into action. It was hard to stop. Lei Changtian knew his daughter very well. So, he changed his tone when he saw that the situation wasn't good. He said in a humble tone, "But old Demon Hong has taken the child away. So, we have to save her as soon as possible." Wu Yuting snorted and said, "If it was someone else who took him away, I might be worried. But the flood which took him away. Haha, I'm not bragging. But even if I lend Flood 100 guts, he won't dare to touch a single hair on my son." Lei Changtian opened his mouth wide and looked at his daughter with a face full of confusion. "That bastard Flood dares to hurt Xiao Duo?" Wu Yuting looked up and said arrogantly, "Not only does he not dare, but he also has to serve me well. He also has to give my son a lot of gifts and carefully flatter him. He might even guide my son in his cultivation and do his best." What the hell? Lei Changtian's mouth opened wider and wider. He was scared silly by his daughter. Daughter, take it easy. You're bragging a little too much. Flood is recognized as the #1 in the world. He's the most dangerous person in the world. Looking around, he reminded her in a low voice, we're in the UMNO alliance now. It's their territory. Looking at his daughter, the demon ancestor was really puzzled. In his impression, his daughter had always been a good girl. She never bragged. Why did she learn all this after following Zhuo Changchong? If Zhuo Zhonglu or anyone else heard this, they would probably spit on his face. I don't know how your daughter got the nickname Rain Demon. How do you have the face to say something like good girl? Which family's good girl can be called a demon? It's only because she followed me and was influenced by me that she became a good wife and mother. She helped her husband and taught her son. However, Lei Changtian still looked at his daughter from the corner of his eyes. He then looked at his son-in-law. His stomach was full of resentment. Flood doesn't dare to touch your son? Why? Ha ha, I'm so scared of you. Where did you get your confidence from? Not only does he not dare to touch your son, but he also has to be served with good food and drinks. He also has to give your son a lot of gifts and teach him martial arts. And I'm not looking down on you too. Even the two of you can't get the same treatment as the Flood Witch. Not to mention your son who's still wet behind the ears. You're really bragging to the heavens. However, Lei Changtian thought about it and felt gratified. After all, he was the one who brought the child out and lost it. His daughter said this to lighten the burden in his heart. A daughter is still the best. A daughter is like a father's cotton jacket. Although she's fierce on the surface, she's still thinking about me in her heart. With this thought, Lei Changtian was so touched that he almost cried. The demon ancestor just followed the couple and flew forward. Even though he was scolded by his daughter until he had goosebumps, his heart was still very warm. He didn't refute a single word. His attitude of admitting his mistake was very good. My daughter is saving me. It's like when a child gets into trouble and is found at home. The parents always beat their child up first. Obviously, I've already beaten him up. You don't have to beat him up. This way is what can calm down and won't find trouble with me for this matter. At the end of the day, it's still better to have a daughter. Along the way, he unknowingly flew over 10,000 li. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo followed this Sire Shui and flew forward. Cough. Basically, it was Sire Shui who flew with him. With a whoosh, he tore through space and took a step forward with Zhuo Xiaoduo. Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation wasn't high enough, so he was far from being able to tear open space, let alone travel through it. However, he still knew the principle and difficulty of tearing open space. But because he knew, he couldn't help but become more confused. Were they going to the Sun-Moon Pass or in another direction? To Zhuo Xiaoduo, tearing open space was an extraordinary method to travel. The so-called sense of direction was completely meaningless to him. After tearing open space 3 times in a row, the two were now in a snowy valley surrounded by towering mountains that had accumulated snow for God knows how many years. Little brother Zhuo, today's journey together is also a kind of fate. Sire Shui placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, this old man doesn't have anything else to show. Only my cultivation is passable, so I'll be a little arrogant and spar with you. Chapter 1081. Thank you for your pointers, Sire Shui. Zhuo Xiaoduo was even more certain that this old man was a hidden expert. This old man's cultivation was extraordinary, and now that he was willing to give him pointers, it was his great fortune. What was he waiting for? Who cares if he's from the UMNO Alliance or the Tao League? He had to improve himself first. It would probably take a long time for him to defeat such a powerful existence. Now that he owed this favor, he just had to remember to repay it in the future. Senior Shui, please. Zhuo Xiaoduo did not hesitate as he took out his kitty hammer. At this moment, he definitely couldn't hold back. If he took out his sword, what would he do if the other party gave him some pointers after the sparring session? After breaking through to the returning profound realm, he had yet to truly temper himself. During the battle with the demon race, aside from the short duration, his foundation was still unstable and his state of mind was lacking. Although it couldn't be said that it didn't have any effect on strengthening his foundation, it wasn't much. But now, it was a rare opportunity for him to experience actual combat. He believed that the opponent before him could be on par with him for a long time. With the help of this opponent, he could thoroughly polish his strength. With a buzzing sound, the two hammers opened up, and one white and one black light surged in. At this moment, Sire Shui's eyes were filled with shock, and even a little shock. What's going on? The last time he saw this pair of hammers, they were clearly ordinary weapons. At most, they were made of unique materials and could be considered as killing weapons on the battlefield. But now, this pair of hammers already possessed an artifact spirit and had become a divine artifact. Furthermore, it wasn't just one artifact spirit, but two. Furthermore, it wasn't just two ordinary artifact spirits, but two artifact spirits, one yin and one yang. This was clearly a peak Xiantian divine artifact. Is what's going on? What happened during this period of time that I don't know about? So Xiao Duo held the hammer with both hands and split it to the left and right. Suddenly, two rays of light, one black and one white, circled around his body. In the blink of an eye, they formed a black and white circle of light. Before the twin hammers could truly be used in the form of moves, they had already shown the combination of yin and yang and the aura of strength and gentleness. Even an almighty like Sire Shui couldn't help twitching his lips at the sight of this. What the hell, he's so monstrous that even I can't believe it. Come! Sire Shui no longer had his hands behind his back. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his hands with one palm in front of the other. As a precaution, he decided to raise his cultivation to the Skysoar realm first. After the previous battle, Sire Shui knew that he wouldn't be able to do anything to Su Tao if he was only at the same level as Su Tao. The battle had yet to begin, but Zhou Xiaoduo could already feel a huge pressure coming at him. At this moment, he couldn't help roaring, "Hammer!" The hammer in his left hand moved slightly, drawing an extremely small arc, but the movement instantly caused a hurricane to follow, smashing over with the force of a thunderbolt. Hearing the word hammer, Sire Shui's expression changed. Sire Shui's face changed once more as he bitterly smiled. It looked like this brat wanted to practice all the hammer arts after finding a free laborer like him, starting from the hammer. But the hammer, hammered it all the way to the various hammers that Su Tao had practiced. Was he going to smash me over 10,000 times? Su Tao wasn't holding back at all. He was truly going to devour me without leaving any leeway. When the battle started, Zhou Xiaoduo, who had just made his move, had already transformed into a whirlwind and rapidly soared into the sky. A sledgehammer, mixed with the power of lightning, brazenly descended. He was going all out. Sire Shui's gaze turned grave as he flipped his hand and sent out a silent palm that collided with the left hammer of the 9-9 kitty hammer. Boom! A muffled explosion resounded. The hammer, which had an astonishing momentum, was instantly extinguished. Zhou Xiaoduo actually had a feeling of being unable to continue. The smooth inertia brought about by the hammer was actually broken. Zhou Xiaoduo was overwhelmed with shock as he raised his head. His eyes were filled with shock. This was the first time that he had encountered such a situation. Someone was actually able to stop the momentum of the 9-9 kitty hammer with just a palm. But when his vision was blocked by the gigantic kitty hammer, Sire Shui's feet actually loosened a little and he was pushed back by an inch from the impact. Even Sire Shui couldn't help exclaiming in surprise. This brat's strength, that although the attack of the left hammer was extinguished, Zhou Xiaoduo's battle heart did not decrease. With a roar, the hammer in his right hand smashed down. This time, the might of this hammer was even more ferocious than the previous one. At this moment, the two of them were in a completely different state of mind. They were both shocked in their hearts. Zhou Xiaoduo was shocked. His opponent's strength was only in the Skysoar realm, and he had fought plenty of people in the Skysoar realm. But this Sire Shui was actually able to receive his hammer with his bare hands. He was truly an extraordinary expert. Not only was his cultivation terrifying, but his technique was also extraordinary. When Zhuo was in the God-reigning realm, he was already able to fight against Skysoar realm cultivators in White Mountain City. Back then, he had killed more than 1 or 2 Skysoar realm cultivators. Now that he had reached the Returnal Profound realm, he thought that killing Skysoar realm cultivators would be a piece of cake for him. He even thought that he could deal with Dao integration experts easily. But at this moment, his opponent was really able to receive his hammer with his bare hands. It was truly unimaginable. On the other hand, Sire Shui was shocked by Zhuo Xiaoduo's cultivation. Just the first hammer strike was enough to make Sire Shui feel that something was amiss. Or rather, it was unusual. It hadn't been that long since the last time he saw Zhuo Xiaoduo. Naturally, he felt that he knew Zhuo Xiaoduo's level very well. His evaluation of Zhuo Xiaoduo was based on the progress he made in his cultivation path at that time. Even his fighting skills were based on the growth of his strength at that time. Sire Shui's counterattack was partly due to his understanding of Zhuo Xiaoduo's moves, and partly due to the variations of Zhuo Xiaoduo's moves. His moves were bold and ferocious. However, the changes at this moment were as deep as the abyss, without any ripples. These were the different interpretations of the impermanence of water. It could be like the opening of the floodgates of the Yangtze River, unstoppable and unstoppable. It could also be like a clay ox entering the sea, indifferent and unperturbed. As for the first hammer strike, just now, it seemed like it was still a hammer technique that he had created himself. He was able to deal with it, as if it was his own arm and finger. However, the moment he truly came into contact with it, he was shocked to discover that there was a new change in the force within it. Initially, it was a tyrannical technique, but now, it was a combination of yin and yang. Water and fire came from the same source, and the sun and moon shone together. It was something that Sire Shui had never expected. Although it wasn't difficult for Sire Shui to deal with it, he still had to put in a little more effort to deal with it. At the same time, there was also some residual energy in his feet that caused him to retreat an inch. You're pretty good. This Sire Shui was naturally the Flood Witch. Due to Zhuo Xiaoduo's death-seeking actions, the entire Umno Alliance was after Zhuo Xiaoduo's life. It could be said that all parties were on the move, and they even used all sorts of methods to cut off communication between the Umno Alliance and the outside world. This situation naturally made the Flood Witch feel uneasy. If this had happened before the appearance of the Crown Prince's Academy, even if Zhuo Xiaoduo had the title of his godson, the Great Flood Witch would not have interfered with the Wizard Alliance's encirclement on the entire continent. Life and death were up to fate. Since you're here, then you have to bear the consequences. If you're really killed, then it can only be attributed to your bad luck and strength. On the other hand, if others were killed by you, then it's just the survival of the fittest on the battlefield. There's nothing much to say, and no one has to be your nanny. However, ever since the incident at the Crown Prince's Learning Palace, the Flood Witch's thinking had undergone a fundamental change. An invincible enemy was about to return, and the 3 continents were so weak to the bones. How could they resist the enemy? As of now, the plan to raise venomous insects at the border was already the limit. It would be of limited use in the upcoming war. The Umno Alliance was surrounding Zhuo Xiaoduo, but they were restricted by the token of gratitude. The Flood Witch could imagine how tragic this encirclement would be. The Flood Witch knew better than anyone how strong her godson's cultivation was. With that kid's attainments and the 1,000 Souls Nightmare Hammer, his strength that was hundreds of times stronger than others, and his stamina that was close to tireless. The Flood Witch clearly understood that even if they could successfully kill Zhuo Xiaoduo in this battle, the Umno Alliance's losses would be disastrous. Perhaps half of the Umno Alliance's outstanding warriors, God Reigning and Gue Xian, would be killed by Zhuo Xiaoduo alone, or maybe even more. This wasn't something that was impossible, but rather something that was almost certain to happen. At this time, suddenly losing so many backup forces was simply a stupid thing to do. Especially after the Ice Abyss, which came out of the Demon Forest, the first thing she did was to call the Flood Witch. Boss, I'll tell you a piece of good news. You'll definitely want to hear it. Spit it out. Your godson, while being chased by us, has already broken through to the Gui Xian realm. He's not at a disadvantage against the Sky Realm and Peak Sky Realm cultivators. He's really good. That pair of hammers is really satisfying. He smashed out an 8-lane highway paved with blood alone in the Demon Forest. It's more than 1,000 kilometers long. Hearing this explosive news, the Flood, which didn't know how to feel for a moment. Chapter 1082. The Deep-Eye Shaman was still blabbering on, like father, like son. Although your adopted son isn't related to you by blood, the hammer technique he learned from you is really good. Not to mention that ordinary Skysoar Realm cultivators won't be able to withstand a few strikes from his hammer. Even Dao integration stage cultivators would be able to contend against him. Unfortunately, it would be great if that kid was your biological son. The Flood, which didn't say anything else, and hung up the phone. Nothing good comes out of that icy witch's mouth. She should have hung up the phone as soon as he finished talking. If she really allowed him to continue, who knows what nonsense he would say that just at the end of his speech, he had already started to spout nonsense that, however, this phone call also made the Flood, which realized that the pursuit couldn't continue. Zhuo Xiaoduo had already broken through to the profound returning realm. Not only were ordinary Skysoars no match for him, but even peak Skysoars were gradually becoming helpless against him. This was the evaluation given by Bing Ming. With Bing Ming's eyesight, even if it was biased, it should not be too far off. Zhuo Xiaoduo's own comprehensive combat strength should be calculated according to the real combat strength of Sky Fairy, or even the combat strength of a super genius Sky Fairy above the middle stage. Facing such a freak with such overall combat strength, if they still followed the rules of the Token of Gratitude and made the Umno Alliance's profound returning incineration orders self-detonate one by one, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths in vain, and it would be impossible to kill the target. The Flood, which naturally wouldn't forget that kid's spatial extermination pagoda, which she had personally enhanced. Considering all the above factors, it could be said that this kid was already in an invincible position after breaking through to the next realm. Thus, the pursuit couldn't continue. In view of this, the Flood, which had no choice but to rush over as quickly as possible. It would be better to release this divine beast as soon as possible and not show off here. With his ability, it would be too easy for him to find Zhuo Xiaoduo with the premise of knowing Zhuo Xiaoduo's current location. That was why he had stopped Zhuo Xiaoduo in the wilderness and brought Zhuo Xiaoduo away with a few words. As for Lei Chantian, who was chasing after her in the air, the Flood, which didn't care about him at all. Lei Chantian was no less powerful than Poison and the other senior magi, but compared with the Flood Witch, who had just made a breakthrough in her cultivation, he was far weaker than her. Even if he went all out and self-destructed, it would be difficult to pose much of a threat to the Flood Witch. A mere ant is not worth my attention. The Flood, which was very disdainful. If it weren't for the sake of your daughter, son-in-law, and grandson, I would have directly turned you into dumpling fillings with my hammer. You're a top expert of a human clan in the astral souls. How dare you come to the interior of the Umno Alliance? Isn't that a provocation? I'm already giving you enough face by not killing you. She casually shattered the space and blocked the guy outside. Then, she tore the space 3 more times and brought Zhuo Xiaoduo to this unusually hidden place. I'm here to train him, learn from each other, and give him some pointers. Then, I'll send this little scourge back to the continent in the astral souls. If you want to make trouble in the future, you'd better go to the Dao League. Anyway, I don't expect the Dao League to do anything in the war against the Demon Clan that you can go there, even if you destroy everything. However, when she really fought with Zhuo Xiaoduo, the Flood, which was immediately shocked. This guy's moves and methods were still the same as her own. There weren't many changes. He had already reached the point where he was extremely familiar with it and could use it at his fingertips. However, it was not surprising that this only required the accumulation of time and effort. However, the feeling in the bones of his moves and routines was unexpected. The Flood, which vaguely felt that it was actually something very useful and valuable to her. It seemed that, the way he used his strange power, or was it the direction that she had been looking for but couldn't find? This perception made the flood, which immediately stack up his spirit. Her pair of flesh palms flew up and down. She stood straight and didn't retreat an inch. She fought with Xiaoduo, quietly and without any ripples. That's right, quietly and without any ripples. In order to hide her identity, the flood, which had already made up her mind to change her usual moves. Her attacking style was also very different from before. Now that she was fighting with Xiaoduo, she was purely focusing on neutralizing the opponent's attacks. In any case, the flood, which knew all of Zhou Xiaoduo's moves, routines, and subsequent changes. Thus, she could naturally know all of them and take the lead. They had only exchanged a few moves, but Zhou Xiaoduo was already full of admiration for him, to the point of prostrating himself on the ground. He was really convinced. The cultivation and strength of this Sire Shui in front of him had directly refreshed his understanding of martial arts. There was actually such an expert in this world. Using his palms to fight against a divine artifact, the strength that Sire Shui displayed was only one level higher than him. It was simply unimaginable. Zhou Xiaoduo couldn't even imagine the strength of his cat's hammer. With Bai and Geo support, the strength of each hammer was at least a few million caddies. If he used his full strength, even a force of a few million caddies wouldn't be a problem. However, the other party's palms were clashing head-on with each hammer. He didn't even take half a step back. On the contrary, the recoil caused his hands to feel numb. How could Xiaoduo know that the Great Flood Shaman's current technique was already used to eliminate and redirect the opponent's strength as much as possible? It was only a small portion of the strength that was reflected back. If it was purely a clash of strength, the strong would win and the weak would lose. Zhou Xiaoduo's situation would only be more bleak. What made Zhou Xiaoduo even more surprised was that Sire Shui was giving pointers as they fought. Your hammering skills are pretty good, but I'm afraid that you're taking things for granted when you're using the hammer. That's why your movements are too smooth. Isn't it good to be smooth? Zhou Xiaoduo panted as he asked in astonishment. There's naturally no problem with flowing like clouds and flowing water. However, the execution of the moves needs to be adapted to local conditions. It doesn't have to be flowing like clouds and flowing water. Instead, it has to be compatible with the current situation. In your current situation, you lack a kind of momentum. The momentum that every hammer should have. The Great Witch of Flood's voice was clearly transmitted to Zhou Xiaoduo's ears, even in the midst of the muffled sounds of the collision. Every hammer strike must have power. What kind of momentum is this? This kind of momentum means that every hammer strike has its own independent rhythm. It's mixed with a unique comprehension and a deterrence to the enemy. Before the hammer strikes, the momentum is already heaven-shaking. The next hammer strike will definitely exterminate life. Putting it in the simplest terms, it's that when you fight now, others will only say that your hammering technique is formidable and domineering. Have I ever said that one of your hammering techniques is formidable, sharp, and unshakable? So, do you understand? A hammering technique is different from a single hammer strike. At this moment, there was no one around, so the flood which no longer had any scruples. She casually gave pointers and imparted everything that she had learned in her life. I understand a little. Well, you have to know that every hammer strike has its own style and charm. There's no conflict, even if you deliberately leave a gap. As long as the momentum of the hammer is still there, the power is still there. It's still difficult for the enemy to use this gap to attack you, because it's not a flaw in the bones, but a trap. It's like flowing water. Hundreds of rivers converge and surges forward. How can the destructive power be stronger? The follow-up force must be strong enough. In that case, the destructive power is the strongest in potholes. If the whole journey is a flat plane, then no matter how huge the flash flood is, other than the initial outburst, it will inevitably follow the path obediently and rush into the sea. It will be difficult to cause more damage along the way. On the other hand, if the surging water suddenly encounters a certain obstacle, it will show a situation of rolling up thousands of feet of snow. It will then flow in all directions and destroy everything around it. When the water flows under the bridge will be fine. But if there is an obstacle in front of the bridge, like a dam, even the strongest bridge will not be able to withstand the continuous fierce impact of the water. This is the reason. So, although your current hammer technique can be said to have reached a higher level, but you are too rigid in the way of the moves. You blindly pursue the fluidity of the clouds and flowing water. Great skills do not work. Great skills appear clumsy. The starting point of using a sledgehammer is to lift something heavy as if it's light, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible to lift something light as if it's heavy or even heavier. Don't stop at the surface because of rigidity. The conversion of yin and yang doesn't need to be too deliberate. It's best to follow the heart and adapt to local conditions. The Flood Witch's every comment could be said to be a detailed explanation. Zhuo instantly understood. After listening to the advice, Zhuo felt that he had an epiphany. It was better than 3 to 5 years of practicing the hammering technique behind closed doors. Well, 3 to 5 years here was calculated by converting the time in the outside world into the time in the Tower of Annihilation. In other words, if Zhuo experienced the enlightenment of the Flood Witch by himself, it would take him at least 100 years. This was also the most direct manifestation of having an elder in the family who passed on his own enlightenment to the younger generation. Then, she let Zhuo perform it over and over again and continue to find faults. This set of hammering technique alone made Zhuo perform it over and over again for more than 10 times. Then, he finally retreated. With sincere gratification and rejoicing in his eyes, he said in a low voice, "Okay, next set." At this moment, Zhuo deeply felt that he had gained a lot. Probably only in the face of such a person at the peak of martial arts could he calmly compete with his own hammering technique and at the same time find his own shortcomings from the minute details. The gains from this battle and the advice this time were enough for Zhuo to benefit for the rest of his life. Chapter 1083. Through this battle, many bad habits that he didn't pay much attention to or didn't notice during the battle were pointed out one by one, and they were strictly monitored and corrected. Even Zhuo Changlu couldn't do this, because Zhuo Changlu was good at using knives, not hammers. They were completely different from each other. No matter how well Zhuo Changlu understood the changes in the Flood Witch's Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, he couldn't be as observant, insightful, and thorough as the creator of the Flood Witch. Compared to Zhuo, the Flood Witch found that he also gained a lot from this battle, which was better than his 1,000 years of closed-door training. During the battle, he used Zhuo as a mirror to reflect some of the subtle flaws in his hammering. Through careful analysis, he found that even though he had been immersed in the hammering technique for countless years, there were also some small habits that belonged to him, and many deviations and flaws that couldn't be said to be mistakes, but were natural habits. He even understood why in the past battles, when he thought that he had forced his opponent into a corner, his opponent was able to move beyond his imagination and escape from a sure-kill attack. It turned out that there was a loophole in his killer move itself. For an old opponent of the same level, such a flaw could not only allow him to escape unscathed, but he could also take advantage of it to kill his opponent. Fortunately, the cultivation of that guy was always lower than him, and he always had scruples in his heart, so he didn't dare to act rashly. Otherwise, his title of being invincible and number one in the world would have changed. Now, with the help of this battle, he found out all of his flaws. When he went back in the future, he would definitely change it, all of it. Perhaps through this change, he could let someone know that he deserved the title of being invincible, and that the number one in the world was not so easy to replace. And this gain was all thanks to Zhuo's understanding and execution of the Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer, which had reached the peak. Otherwise, for the Flood Witch, she would never have the feeling that she could use someone else's help to improve her skills. As for going into seclusion for 100 years, it was not an exaggeration. After all, experts at their level would casually go into seclusion for 100 years. In terms of the benefits of this battle, saying that Yu Sheng went into seclusion for 1,000 years was a more polite way of saying. Because of his own illness, he was the one who was the hardest to detect. The battle between the two continued. The power of Zhuo Xiaoduo's hammering was getting stronger and stronger, and it was becoming more and more intimidating. Hammer, 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 hammer of 1,000 souls. When it came to the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer, Great Shaman Hong gradually raised his cultivation to the mid-Skysoar realm, nearing the high Skysoar realm. Only then was he able to withstand the hammer. But as the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer let out a shrill howl that sounded like the wailing of ghosts and the howling of gods, the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer fell. The flood which only received the first 3 moves before she suddenly retreated. Her eyes suddenly widened as she said, "Your hammering technique. Why is the direction of your strength so strange? Were you thinking?" The abrupt end of this round of battle caused Zhuo Xiaoduo to wake up from his state of enlightenment. After thinking about it, he suddenly felt enlightened. Every time he used the 1,000 souls hammer, he would be using all of his strength. At that time, due to Bai and Jiu's yin and yang energy, the yin-yang hammer circulation path would unconsciously overlap with the 1,000 souls hammer's water and fire paths. This was tantamount to the combination of water, fire, yin, and yang, the 4 poles flowing together. One hammer surged with monstrous waves. The scorching sun illuminated everything. One hammer burned the heavens. The rain fell incessantly. One hammer was the great path of yang, and one hammer was the netherworld. Because of this, it was naturally different from the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer's inherent circulation path. Although the moves were still the same as the 1,000 souls nightmare hammers, the power in the bones was vastly different. One hammer was as heavy as a mountain, capable of smashing a person into meat paste, while the other was so light that it would make a person vomit blood. Furthermore, the heavy hammer could be as fierce as fire or as cold as ice, while the light hammer could be as soft as water or as warm as fire. Senior's eyes are like torches. Just now, I fused another hammering technique that I've just comprehended into the previous one, because I felt that the fusion of the two would be beneficial. So, another hammering technique? Is it another power that's different from the combination of fire and water? Senior's eyes are correct. It's a power that combines yin and yang. I call it the yin-yang hammer technique. Yin-yang hammer technique. The flood which frowned and pondered. It wasn't that Zhuo Xiaoduo's battle prowess had shocked him. In fact, Zhuo Xiaoduo's usage of the hammer was very crude in terms of technique. Calling him a novice was already giving him too much credit. With his current cultivation level, using such a hammer technique would at most create an element of surprise in the face of a strong enemy, and even have a chance to save his life. In terms of lethality, destructive power, and combat power, it was far inferior to the pure 1,000 souls nightmare hammer. The so-called 4 poles parallel flow was just a preliminary creation. It was far from being at the level where he could control it as he wished. Naturally, it couldn't be compared with the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer, which had been refined and perfected long ago. However, the flood, which was an expert, whether it was in terms of eyesight, knowledge, or experience, he was keenly aware that he was much better than the others. Although this hammering technique was just a preliminary creation, its concept was far superior to his original combination of fire and water. It was absolutely extraordinary. If he could comprehend it thoroughly, the power of the 1,000 souls nightmare hammer would be doubled, or even. Many times, this was an absolutely genius idea. It was an unprecedented and astonishing creation. Again, the great flood which exhorted, "It's better to use this method to your heart's content, and let me have a good look." Okay, after a full hour and a half. During this hour and a half, the flood which didn't say a word. He didn't give any advice. Instead, he focused on fighting Zhuo Xiaoduo. He even increased his strength as the battle progressed. In the end, his cultivation had reached the peak of the Skysoar realm. With his bare hands, he completely suppressed Zhuo Xiaoduo's 99 kitty hammer. At this point, the battle was no longer as silent as before. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the battle grew louder and louder. It was becoming more and more earth-shattering. The flood, which wanted to see how powerful Zhua Xiao was, Thousand Souls Nightmare Hammer was. He changed his previous strategy of eliminating and dispelling. He no longer suppressed the impact of the hammer on the surroundings. This was because he wanted to observe and confirm the various changes caused by the refraction of the hammer's power. This caused avalanches to occur continuously in the surroundings, causing the mountains to collapse one after another. The so-called earth-shattering and mountains collapsing was nothing more than this. Zhou Changlu's group of 3 flew at a leisurely pace. After knowing that it was the flood who took his son away, he naturally wasn't worried. After all, his son was also the flood witch's godson. Perhaps the flood which dared to kill anyone in this world. It wouldn't be strange if he killed the 2 of them. However, when it came to his godson, that he didn't dare to kill this old man. He couldn't bear to. On the other hand, Wu Yuting had cried her eyes out all the way. She hung her head low the whole time and was constantly shrouded in an atmosphere of shame. As time passed, Wu Yuting's words became more and more impolite. Dad, as her daughter, I really don't want to scold you, but how old are you? How could you do such a thing? Even if it was Nan Zhengxian or Yudong Tian, I would still say a few words. Are you still a child? How could you be so insensible? But to think that you're the one who did it. This is too. Tell us what you've done. We understand that you want to train your son. Not only do we understand, we even support you. But can't you tell us first? We're not here. Is our absence a reason? You can tell Yin Zhonghu, Yu Xingqin, or even Xiao Duo's teacher or his roommate. We won't say anything. But you just picked him up and disappeared without a trace. What's the difference between that and a kidnapper? After you took the child out and saw that things were getting out of control, when the poisonous witch appeared, why didn't you remember to call back? Is the Umno Alliance's telecommunication blackout an excuse? Don't you know how to frighten people? As long as you came, would we not be able to sense it? Are you stupid? Afraid? What are you afraid of? You know that things are out of control, or at least you can't handle it, but you're still thinking about your own matters. Are you afraid that we'll beat you up, or what? You're an old man after all. You're just thinking about your own face. What if you kill your grandson for your own face? What will you do? What will I do? Why are you becoming more and more unruly as you get older? Can't you be more careful? Can't you be more hot-headed? Did anything good happen when you were hot-headed? Tell me what you've been doing all these years. Wu Yuting scolded him all the way. The more she scolded him, the angrier she became. Zhou Changlu couldn't bear it anymore as he listened in the front. He's your father? Okay. Look at your attitude. You're like a third wife who tames her son. Okay, stop talking. Second brother is just being kind. Zhou Changlu frowned and tried to persuade her. Besides, the child is fine, isn't he? Lei Zhangtian's heart was getting more and more confused. Were these 2 crazy? I've already told you that your child was taken away by the Flood Witch. This is the biggest thing in the world, right? You call this fine? You've been in seclusion for a few months, and you've damaged your brain? Wu Yuting completely exploded. What does it have to do with you? Why are you jumping out to be the good guy? Second brother? Who's your second brother? This is my father. Your father-in-law. How can you call him that? Call him father. Zhou Changlu looked helpless. He could only turn to Lei Changtian. Father. Lei Changtian was shocked when he heard that. He jumped away nimbly like a monkey and shook his hands. His face was pale. Don't. Eldest brother. You don't deserve it. I really don't deserve it. Chapter 1084. You don't dare. Wu Yuting's face turned even darker. It was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Why don't you dare to? Why don't you dare to? Your daughter has become his wife. This is your son-in-law. Your son-in-law. Your son-in-law. Why don't you dare to call you dad? Tell me, do you want to cut off our father-daughter relationship? How can that be? That can't be. Wherever you go, you'll always be my daughter, my biological daughter. Wu Yuting was about to break down. She grabbed her hair. What do you want? Who else in the world is like us? She really broke down. It was too difficult for her. She was full of anger. Do you want Xiao Duo and Xiao Nian to call you uncle in the future? That won't do. Lei Tian was still very insistent on this. They have to call me Grandpa. He's your son. How can he call me Uncle? Now you know you can't call me Uncle. What else are you afraid of? I. I'll slowly get used to it. You've been used to it for tens of thousands of years. How do you want to get used to it? Don't worry. Take it slow. It's just a problem with my mentality. I need time to change. My dad. Wu Yuding grabbed her hair, and her face twisted. After a long while, she finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. You're so old. Why are you so useless? Oh. Lei Tian looked embarrassed. I'm useless? He looked up at Zhuo Changlu and saw that Zhuo Changlu was looking away. He couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat. Inexplicably, he felt resentful. I'm useless. Do you think I'm willing to be useless? I've been beaten by this guy since I was young. When you two got married, I have been beaten hundreds of thousands of times by him. The habit of being beaten hundreds of thousands of times. Is this something that can be changed by marrying a daughter? I can't do anything about it. I'm also helpless. I wanted to pat him on the shoulder and say with a smile, son-in-law, my son-in-law, pour me a glass of water. But I didn't dare. I was afraid that it had already become a habit. Ahadat Wu Yuding covered her face. Why am I living in such a family? Why is my life so bitter? Lei Tian coughed and said embarrassedly, don't talk nonsense. Our family is definitely at the top, the pinnacle of this world. Among the 3 tycoons of the family, who can be more prominent than our family? Including Huzi and Yunduo, there will be 5 giants. Plus Xiao Duo and Xiaoyan, there will be 7 giants. What's wrong with my family? Why is your life so hard? Wu Yuding rolled her eyes. Lei Tian stole a glance at Zhuo Changlu and said, If the boss marries a concubine in the future, she will be one of the 8 giants. Marry a concubine? Wu Yuding's pretty face was completely distorted. She forgot everything and grabbed her father's ear. She said fiercely, Do you know what you're talking about? Do you know what you're talking about? Concubine. I'll let you be my concubine. This sentence touched Wu Yuding's reverse scale. Lei Tian bent his waist and tilted his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Daughter. His angry daughter pulled him by the ear and flew all the way. Wu Yuding flew and asked Zhuo Changlu, Dad just said that you want to marry a concubine? Zhuo Changlu was startled. Where did I get it? You must have thought about it. Otherwise, why will my dad say that? He is the one who understands you the most in this world. I didn't. Don't think too much. I really didn't. You didn't. She didn't look for you for so many years because she was waiting for you. She has been waiting for you. Lei Tian's ear was pulled. Suddenly, he didn't feel the pain anymore. A strong feeling of schadenfreude arose spontaneously. At this moment, he even felt a little happy. Ha, you old pervert. You seduced my daughter. My daughter's temper isn't something that you, Elder Zhuo, can control. How about now? Look at how embarrassed you are after being scolded. Ha, this really makes me feel good. Lei Tian was flying with his head tilted and his ear pulled. He thought happily in his heart that at this moment, Zhuo Changlu suddenly stopped. He looked in a certain direction and said, Over there. Over there? Wu Yuding looked in the direction and released her divine sense. However, there was still a considerable gap between her cultivation and Zhuo Changlu's, so she didn't find anything for the time being. She naturally believed in her husband's senses. Without hesitation, she continued to release her divine sense while moving in the direction her husband pointed. She strengthened her senses and walked for another 500 miles. Finally, she vaguely sensed something very far away. There was a faint rumbling sound, but it was too far away and almost inaudible. Wu Yuding said excitedly, Found it! Lei Tian couldn't help but look at his daughter and son-in-law. Although they went into seclusion on the same day and came out of seclusion on the same day, there was still a big gap between his daughter and his son-in-law. But why didn't he feel anything until now? Could it be that he had taken a step back from the 4th to the 5th? Well, being surpassed by his own daughter was a joyous occasion. He should have a big toast. He couldn't bear any grudges. He shouldn't have any grudges. With the direction fixed, the 3 of them moved faster. Soon, Zhuo Changlu, who took the lead, led the two of them to the boundary of the ice and snow wilderness. As they went deeper and deeper, the rumbling sound became clearer and more intense. Gradually, the feedback of the ground shaking became more and more obvious. We found the whereabouts of the child. No need to rush. Zhuo Changlu turned around and winked. He took the lead and disappeared into the void without leaving a trace. Wu Yuding and Lei Changtian followed suit and moved forward cautiously. Finally, they approached the hidden valley surrounded by mountains and snow all year round. Then the three of them widened their eyes because of what they saw. Wu Yuding and Zhuo Changlu were already mentally prepared, so they didn't feel anything. However, Lei Changtian felt that he had seen a scene that completely overturned his worldview and could directly make him collapse. Even though he was invisible in the void, he still felt that his eyeballs suddenly protruded out of their sockets. Fuck! In the field below, two figures were crazily fighting each other. They were fighting each other head-on. On the other hand, one of them was brandishing two huge hammers in a domineering manner. He was like a falcon swooping down like a rabbit, stirring up wind and snow that filled the sky, causing the mountains to crumble and the earth to crack. Who else could it be other than his good grandson? So was Xiaoduo. The other one was standing straight like a lofty mountain. He countered every move that came his way. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, he would not move. He was the Flood Witch, the most powerful person in the Umno Alliance and the most powerful person in the world. So Xiaoduo's continuous attacks were like a gale, a raging fire, a sea wave, a volcanic eruption, a huge wave, a big sun in the sky, and 100 ghosts walking at night. In short, they were crazily pouncing on him, wave after wave, pouncing on him and pouncing on him, but then he was beaten back again and again, forced back in all sorts of ways. If that was all, Lei Changtian would not be surprised at all. There was no need to mention the shock. Who was the Flood Witch? She was recognized as invincible in this world, the most powerful person in the world. At this moment, this bastard was just in the mood to play a game of cat and mouse. With Xiaoduo's shallow cultivation, as long as it was a heavenly king stage cultivator, it would be easy to play with him. What was there to be surprised about? But that after listening to the Flood Witch's words, Lei Changtian could not remain calm. Your hammering technique is becoming more and more refined the more you use it. It seems to have formed its own style and is rather impressive. However, you have only just grasped the power of yin and yang. As for the profoundness within it, especially the connection between the two powers that complement each other and coexist, there are still many problems that you need to solve. If you encounter an expert, you may be able to catch him off guard. However, if the stalemate continues for a long time, the opponent will easily discover your weakness. As long as they aim for the subtle moment when the yin and yang are connected and switch between your hammering technique, you will be unable to resist and will be in danger. For example, like this. When Xiaoduo attacked again, the Flood Witch suddenly moved and rushed forward at lightning speed. Her two hands hit Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest with a bang. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo's yin and yang transformation was about to be completed. The two giant hammers rotated without any gap between them. However, it didn't mean that there was no gap between the hammers. In the eyes of those with good eyesight, this little gap was enough to change the outcome of the battle. The Flood Witch's palms touched Zhuo Xiaoduo's chest and retreated. Do you understand? Once the enemy takes the opportunity to attack, you will be in danger. Therefore, don't use this method against the enemy for the time being when you're not confident. Usually, only use your hammer technique. As for this technique, you still need to study it carefully. Even if you're in a dangerous situation, try to use it as little as possible. It can be used to win by surprise, but it can't be used as a weapon to defeat the enemy and win a prolonged battle. There's another thing. The power of yin and yang you're using now is too superficial. You have to pay attention to the fact that the true power of yin and yang doesn't come from your hands or your dantian. It comes from your heart, from your mind. That is the true power of yin and yang. However, with your current cultivation, you're unable to achieve the true, seamless conversion of yin and yang. That's only natural. You still need to improve. Once you reach the Skysoar realm, you'll be able to use it more smoothly. That's because the Skysoar realm is akin to becoming an immortal. In other words, you've completely broken away from the realm of mortals and become an immortal. There won't be any impurities in your body, and you'll be able to use it as you wish. Moreover, once you reach the Skysoar realm, you'll truly understand what yin and yang are. Or rather, you'll understand what a human is and what a ghost is. Only then will you truly understand the mystery behind it. You have to remember that when you don't have the strength, the so-called techniques are nothing but a fart. It doesn't matter how grand they are, whether it's the fiery sun divine technique, the number of levels of the divine technique, the yin and yang energy, or the origin of fire and water. When your strength hasn't reached a certain level, these so-called techniques are nothing but a fart. They're worthless. Teaching. The flood, which was actually teaching. Moreover, she was teaching in such detail. Lei Zhangtian suddenly felt that his worldview had completely collapsed. His entire consciousness was in a mess in an instant. Chapter 1085. The Flood, which continued. You've probably heard many people say that at a certain point, techniques are no longer important. All that's left in the world is strength, and whoever is stronger will be awesome. Am I right? Zhuo nodded. Indeed, he was not the only one who had said such words. I'll tell you now, those people are all bullshit. Bullshit. The Flood, which sneered. Why are techniques no longer techniques? Why are they no longer important? At the very least, there's a prerequisite. That is, you have to be familiar with and understand all the techniques. You have to be able to use them anytime, anywhere at your fingertips. Only after you've reached such a level will techniques no longer be important. In other words, it's only because you're too familiar with the techniques and have grasped all the techniques. That's why. Remember, only those who are extremely familiar with the techniques are qualified to say such words. The prerequisite is that you know all the techniques. That's a necessary condition. If you dare to say that techniques are not important when you're not familiar with any of the techniques, you're a joke. Do you understand now? If you really dare to say that techniques are not important, it's only because you've grasped them too well that they're not important. It's just like those rich people on the world's billionaires list who say that money is just a number to them. It's the same principle. If you're in the Skysoar realm and you're facing a soul transformation realm cultivator, you naturally won't need to use any techniques. If you still need to use techniques at that time, you'll be too stupid. But if you're in the Skysoar realm and you're facing a Tao integration realm cultivator, why don't you try using techniques? If two people are at the peak of their cultivation and understand each other's techniques like the back of their hands, techniques will no longer be important. Whoever uses techniques will end up making a fool of themselves. But that's a realm that even I'm far from reaching. Do you understand now? Skills to you will be useful for a very, very long time. The Great Flood, which turned a very simple thing over and over again and crushed it into pieces to instill into them. That was because he knew that there were too many principles in the world, and many of them were very reasonable. At Zhuoxiao's age, he was the easiest to be influenced and misled by others. Once he was misled, he would not be able to return to the righteous path for many years. Logic had to be combined with reality. Some words of wisdom were worse than bullshit in certain circumstances. Therefore, he had to plant a seed that no one could shake. So Xiaoduo nodded slowly. There were some words, some things, and some principles that could only be understood after experiencing them personally. He had heard Qin Fangyang, Wen Xingtian, and the others talk about some of these principles before. Although they were not the same and the differences were huge, those principles were always the same. Generally speaking, the Great Tao was one and all paths led to the same destination. But before this, he had never had so many insights and such deep understanding. Only now, every sentence was like a morning bell that struck the depths of his heart and was engraved in his heart. Got it. Got it. Someone should have told you this before, right? Yes, I did. At that time, I thought that I had remembered it and understood it. Now that I think about it, I didn't really remember it. The Flood, which chuckled and said, so there are some words that have different effects when spoken by people of different status. The higher the status, the easier it is for people to think and remember it. When you speak, it will be famous words of wisdom. If your status is low, even if you speak a famous word of wisdom, others will just take it as a fart. So, a man born in the world should be a man of his word. What is a man of his word? The flood which laughed and said, "When you are in a high position, if you fart, there will be people below who will write articles to analyze how much truth your fart contains." And what kind of profound thinking can be represented by a fart? Zhuoxiao's head was sweating. These words were really vulgar, but the truth was not. Especially, I really like it. Zhuoxiao thought to himself. He couldn't help but think of some people who specialized in calligraphy in society, but they didn't have any social status, so their calligraphy was naturally worthless. At most, they would be respectfully called a teacher if they practiced for a lifetime. On the other hand, those who had some social status, especially those who had reached a certain level of official, would still be willing to spend a lot of money to buy and openly hang their calligraphy on the wall, even if their calligraphy was like a dog's crawl. Whether it was bought or sold, they were not ashamed but proud of it. Cough, cough. It seems that I've gone too far. Your current hammering technique is still only at the level of a bottle of vinegar. The flood which lectured, this isn't measured by proficiency or proficiency. It's probably because you haven't reached the realm of ascension or unification, so it's difficult for you to use all kinds of power and be really proficient in it. Try not to use it against a strong enemy. Even if you have to use it occasionally, it's the limit. It can be used as a surprise attack or as a trump card, but don't use it too often in front of people, or it will easily be coveted by people with ulterior motives. In the future, when the demons return, you must not use this hammering technique when fighting against monsters with more than 2 hands, unless you are above the all-heaven realm. Otherwise, if you encounter the demon gods of the demon race and use this kind of impure power, you'll be courting death. The flood which thought for a while and said with a heavy tone, "Remember." Zhuoxiao's heart trembled. This senior's strength was so high that she was obviously at the top of the world. If she still gave such a warning, then there was definitely a reason. He immediately remembered it in his heart. When fighting against the demons in the future, he would never use impure power. Then, the two of them continued to fight, but in a different way. The flood, which began to let Zhuoxiao break down all the hammering techniques that he had practiced and break them down one by one. Just one move. Use all your strength and don't have any thoughts of using the next move. Pour your most ferocious strength into this move, and then stop it. Then she analyzed each move one by one and pointed out the key points, the essence, and the shortcomings of each move. Even Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding, who were hiding in the dark, were impressed and touched by her patience. Even her biological father would not be as patient, let alone her godfather. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed that the flood which was so patient. As for Lei Changtian, he was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Why can't I understand? The flood. Is this old guy crazy? When I taught my daughter, I boasted that I was very attentive. But compared with this guy, I'm nothing. What's wrong with this old guy? For a moment, Lei Changtian was suddenly confused. He felt that he could not understand this world anymore. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? What did I see? Why is this happening? For a moment, his mind was in a muddle. He was really depressed by the things that happened in the past 2 days after a long, long time. The flood which finally finished teaching, but she was not tired at all. Instead, she was extremely happy. Xiao's comprehension ability, his ability to draw inferences from one case. Every one of them made the great flood shaman extremely satisfied, and what made him even more satisfied was that this brat was extremely energetic to the extreme, with almost no need for rest in terms of physical strength and endurance, which made the great flood shaman gasp in amazement. Because this was something that even the great flood which didn't possess when he was this old, and he was far from being able to do it. Looking at Zhuoxiao, the flood, which faintly felt that this kid would definitely go further on the road of martial arts than she did. This was the most gratifying thing. It was the excitement and glory of the greatest legend that shocked both ancient and modern times, is born right in front of my eyes. In particular, she was the biggest contributor to the formation of this legend. His glory included her part, and it was the eternal glory of eternity. I'm not alone anymore. I have a successor. This feeling could be said to be the most personal feeling of Great Flood Witch. With today's teaching, the Flood Witch felt that even if she died on the battlefield in the battle against the Demon Clan, she would have no regrets in her life, because Zwishaoduo would definitely fulfill her biggest wish in her life. He heaved a long sigh of relief, turned his head, and said casually, "Since you're here, how long are you going to stare?" The Great Witch of the Great Flood said sternly, "The old Shui is teaching a fated person. There is no need to keep it a secret, but there is also no need for people to know. But sneaking around like this, are you looking down on the old Shui? Come out." In his voice, he emphasized the two words Shui Mao in an especially serious manner, and his pronunciation was exceptionally clear. He said the word twice in a row, and his tone was heavier each time. Zwishaoduo was immersed in a comfortable state of mind and body. Today's unique battle teaching had caused him to sink into an atmosphere of enlightenment and enlightenment. Too many difficult martial arts questions that he couldn't figure out before were all solved today. This beating was really worth it. Ever since he embarked on the path of cultivation, it was common for him to be taught a lesson by his teacher. However, it seemed that this beating did not hurt his tendons and bones at all. Instead, he benefited the most. This was the work of an expert. It was truly unfathomable. With this level of teaching, he should let Teacher Qin, Principal Yi, and Teacher Wen take a good look at it and learn from it. In the future, teach me not to think about beating people up. But with the teaching standards of an expert like Sire Shui, Teacher Qin, and the rest probably couldn't learn from it. How could they be like them, who only knew how to use their fists to teach other the lesson? A certain person's wild thoughts only lasted for an instant. He was sorting them out bit by bit, summarizing them, and then adding in his own understanding. He held the hammer in his hand and unconsciously swung it. It was clear that he was deducing the feelings he had obtained bit by bit. But when he heard Sire Shui's voice, he was startled. "Who is it? Who's here?" Zwishaoduo's mind was clear. He strictly forbade third parties from coveting his teachings. Not to mention Sire Shui, even he wouldn't allow it. In the next moment, he heard a hearty laugh. "Brother Shui, you've worked hard." When he heard the laughter, Zwishaoduo's body instantly trembled with joy written all over his face. With a whoosh, he put away the hammer and turned around. Without even looking, he ran over, "ABA, ABA, ABA, ABA. Daddy, Daddy, Mommy, 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 Mommy. Roar, roar, woof, woof, whiff." He charged into Wu Yuding's embrace at lightning speed and laughed. "Mommy, Mommy, huh?" He was wagging his tail like a puppy that had jumped into his owner's embrace. It's just that this puppy was already bigger than its owner, and it could even be considered a large dog. On the other side, Zwichanglu raised his head to look at the sky and stretched his neck before he awkwardly retracted his hand. But he still didn't forget to rub the face of a certain large dog. On the other side, Lei Changtian raised his head with the corner of his mouth twitching. In the end, he didn't dare to step forward and stood with his hands behind his back, pretending to be dignified. "Brother Shui, thank you." Zwichanglu cupped his fists towards the Flood Witch. "Thank you for teaching my son." "This is your son?" "Yes, he is. Your son is pretty good." "You're flattering me." "Since you're here, then I'll take my leave. We'll meet again in the future." "Brother Shui, you've done your best to teach my son. Why don't you come back with me and drink? There will be an opportunity in the future." "Take care, Brother Shui." "Yeah, I still have some toys here. Give them to this child." Great Flood Shaman turned around and left. He suddenly waved his hand and threw a jade pot over. Zwichanglu reached out and caught it. "Thank you. On behalf of my son, I thank Brother Shui for your kindness." At this moment, Zwishaoduo came out from Wu Yuding's arms and said with some reluctance, "Senior Shui, are you leaving?" The flood, which was already dozens of feet away, She waved her hand without looking back and said, "Cultivate well. Don't forget what I told you." "Yes, I won't forget a word." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "Where can I find you in the future? We'll meet again if fate wills it." The Flood Witch's voice was mixed with a trace of undisguised gratification. Seeing that the Flood Witch was about to leave, Lei Changtian couldn't help but shout, "You?" The Great Witch of the Flood ignored him. His body had slowly turned into green smoke and disappeared without a trace. Lei Changtian chased after her, but was stopped by Zhuo Changlu. "Why are you chasing Brother Shui?" "Shui? What the fuck?" Lei Changtian stared and was about to tell the truth. However, he met Zhuo Changlu's stern eyes and swallowed all the words in his stomach. "Boss, you're right. I just wanted to chase after him and thank him." "Thank him? I'm afraid you can't afford to thank him." Zhuo Changlu played with the jade pot that he just got. It was at least 2 to 3 caddies. He tossed it in his hand and said, "This guy is as generous as always. What's this?" Lei Changtian was a little curious. "Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring Water," Zhuo Changlu said lightly. "Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring Water? So much." Lei Changtian was stunned. This drop of Ninth Heaven Spirit Spring Water was enough to improve a genius. How could he give so many caddies? He suddenly remembered his daughter's boast. "Flood doesn't dare to touch my son. Not only does he not dare to touch my son, but he also wants to protect my son. Not only does he want to protect my son, but he also wants to teach my son. Not only does he want to teach my son, but he also wants to give my son a gift." Lei Changtian was stunned. He almost fainted. I don't understand this world anymore. Chapter 1086. Lei Changtian stared at the 9 heavens spirit water in front of him, dumbfounded. Wasn't this tens of thousands of drops? Zhuo was right. He really couldn't afford to pay back such a huge sum. But was the Flood Witch's brain damaged? With so much 9 heavens spirit water, how many geniuses could it nurture for the astral souls? Just with Xiaoduo alone, how could he use so much? This was no longer a disguised form of support, but a blatant support. Moreover, the support was so huge that it was insane. This. Wu Yuding snorted, stepped forward and said, "What did I say? My son is smart, and everyone loves him. Others will definitely like him when they see him. Not only do they have to teach him martial arts, but they also have to give him a lot of gifts. Isn't it just a little bit of 9 heavens spirit spring water? Do you have to make such a fuss? Dad, do you think what I said is right?" Lei Zhangtian felt like he was in a dream. He scratched his head with a confused look on his face. He could not figure out what was going on. What was going on? What's going on? Look more, talk less, ask less. There's no need to force yourself to know things that you shouldn't know, Zhuo Changlu said with a hint of warning, earnestly teaching his father-in-law. Yes, boss is right." Lei Changtian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "This is..." The one who was more surprised was Zhuo Xiaoduo. "This is..." He pointed at Lei Changtian, the old man who almost caused him to be doomed. He turned his head and looked at Wu Yuding in disbelief. That? His mother seemed to have called him Dad just now. If he didn't hear wrongly, then this guy was his grandfather? No, he must have heard wrongly just now. Otherwise, why would his father talk to him in such a tone? It was as if he was teaching Li Chenglong a lesson. No, Li Chenglong wouldn't be so submissive to him. Even if he was to be a follower, he would be a follower with no status and no ability. "This is your grandfather." Wu Yuding reluctantly introduced him to her son. When he introduced himself, he felt a little embarrassed for some reason. When Zhuo Xiaoduo heard this, he was dumbfounded as if he was struck by lightning. "My grandfather? Is he really my mother's father? My grandfather? Is this a joke?" Lei Changtian tried his best to put on a kind smile. "Good boy. I am your grandfather." Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't help but shiver. He turned his head. He wanted to seek shelter in Wu Yuding's arms. Zhuo Xiaoduo couldn't be blamed for being timid. This laughter was really scary. It was a ruthless character who could fight with the Wu people. Wu Yuding was speechless. "What's that sound?" Zhuo Changlu frowned. "I said be careful." Zhuo Xiaoduo was very clever. He realized that something was amiss, or rather, he could feel that something was amiss. It was very subtle. His father was simply suppressing his grandfather, his mother's biological father, and his father-in-law to death. So Xiaoduo, who was always vengeful, rolled his eyes and said faintly, "Mom, is this really my grandfather? You're not fooling me, are you?" This old man said that my father harmed his daughter, and our two families are irreconcilable enemies. So he wanted to take revenge on me, and threw me here. He almost killed me. A villain takes revenge from morning till night. Now that he had the chance, how could he not take revenge? Did he harm his daughter? Wu Yuting's face suddenly darkened. Her gaze was like a sharp knife, cutting Lei Changtian back and forth. Lei Changtian was immediately scared. He explained carefully, "Yuti, it doesn't seem wrong." So Xiaoduo complained incessantly. He also said that my father tortured his daughter to death. So, he wants to torture my father's son to take revenge. So Xiaoduo pointed at his own nose and said sadly, "My father's son is me." So Changlu looked up at the sky, shaking his neck and rolling his eyelids. He looked as if he didn't care and didn't care. "Your father. You deal with it." However, Wu Yuting was so angry that her eyes turned blue. Her face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, and her breathing became heavier. "You!" Wu Yuting roared. Oh. Lei Changtian flew up into the sky like a wisp of smoke. He shrugged his shoulders and laughed out loud. "Today, ha. Today is a family reunion. It's time for us to go back. This old man will take his leave first. I will take my leave first." Cough, cough, cough. Lei Changtian turned into a black light and left hurriedly. He was as anxious as a stray dog and as busy as a fish that escaped the net. How was this going home? It was simply escaping. "Yuti, my good grandson, I'll visit you when I have time." Another voice came from the sky. It seemed that the voice had already echoed hundreds of miles away. The evil ancestor, Lei Changtian, had escaped without a trace. "Don't run. Stop." Wu Yuting roared. Lei Changtian was not willing to stop. He ran even faster and completely disappeared in a few breaths. Wu Yuting stomped her feet. Her face was full of anger and emotions. But what else could she do? After all, he was her father, her biological father. Could she really chase after him and beat him up? Even if she caught up, she would just be angry. What she did now was out of sight and out of mind. Okay, let him go. So Changlu rolled his eyes. He's finally gone. I'm not feeling good. Oomph. Wu Yuting still wanted to say something, but her anger was washed away by the joy of reuniting with her son. She patted Zhuo Xiaoduo's head and said, "Little dog, how have you been? Did you miss your mother?" "Of course, why wouldn't I? I missed you so much. What's your cultivation level now?" "Aya, you've already returned to mystical? My son is so awesome. You've really made me proud." I've already returned to mystical. I'm not far from flying." "Oh. So what if you're not far from flying? What do you want to do?" "I don't want anything." "You really don't want to do anything?" I want to get married." Where's Nian Mao?" "Your little sister Nian is in Shangjing." "Mom, if you want to change the way you address her in the future, you should say, 'Your little wife is in Shangjing.'" "Oh, my son has grown up and wants to be an adult, but you'll have to change the way you address her." I'll say it. I'm full of confidence now. Nian Mao probably can't beat me." Mom, don't laugh. I'm really awesome now. I'm not just awesome. Oh, you're so awesome. How did you become bald?" "It's all because of Grandpa. That old thing." Wu Yuting's anger was aroused again. "That's enough." Zhuo Changlu could see that his son really didn't have a good impression of his grandfather. He was seizing every opportunity to take advantage of him. What a coincidence. My son is the same as me. I don't have a good impression of that guy either. That's why I say that it's the nature of father and son. But he couldn't keep saying it. If it aroused his wife's rebellious nature, he was afraid that she would turn against him and his son. Then, the loss would outweigh the gain. So he decisively stopped him and said, "Your grandfather's original intention is for your own good. At most, he's a little impulsive." "TSK, what's with your expression? You have to respect your elders, do you know that?" Zhuo Chonglu was about to start lecturing him. But Wu Yuding had reunited with her son after a long separation. Now, she was afraid that he would fall out of her hands and melt in her mouth. How could she let her husband lecture her son? It's not easy to reunite. Can you stop talking? Our son has made us proud. Don't you know in your heart how much pride he has given us? Zhuo Chonglu decisively shut his mouth for the second time. Mom, I seem to have heard that my grandfather's nickname is the Devil Ancestor. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were full of little stars. Although he doesn't use his brain when dealing with people, his strength is really powerful. He can even fight with a grand wizard and not be at a disadvantage. Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other and couldn't help but twitch the corners of their mouths. Zhuo Xiaoduo's eyes were full of longing. So our family is actually so prominent in our bones. For a moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt that his grandfather wasn't so annoying anymore. With such a powerful grandfather, he was definitely at the top of the continent. Didn't that mean that he would have no problem walking sideways in the future? Which way did Grandpa go? Let's catch up with him quickly. I want to get close to him. Zhuo Xiaoduo was in high spirits. Tell me, what do you want to do? No one knew his son better than his mother. Wu Yuding knew very well that there was definitely something wrong with her son's sudden change in attitude. I just remembered that I haven't given grandfather a greeting gift. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt that he had suffered a loss. I haven't given him any New Year's money for so many years. Now that we finally meet, I should at least give him a greeting gift. Why did he run away? Isn't that too stingy? Zhuo Chonglu and Wu Yuding looked at each other speechlessly. Both of them felt that this kid's intention to give them a greeting gift was fake. His real intention was to become a super bodyguard from now on and even live a winning life. Let's go back first. Chase grandfather. Chase what? I don't have time for that. The family of three returned leisurely. In the end, they still felt that there were some things that they couldn't say. The two of them communicated telepathically along the way. It seems that we can't hide our identities for long. Then let's not hide it. Besides, our son is so cunning. Do you think that he won't be able to guess anything just because he doesn't say anything? That kid doesn't have much experience. Only a heavenly king knows about the affairs of the upper echelons of the continent. At most, he will have some suspicions. We can't let our guard down. That kid is very cunning. Let's take things as they come. Actually, even if he knows everything, so what? It's impossible for him to live a winning life. I'm still afraid that he'll grow tired. Even if he's at a relatively high position, it's inevitable that he'll fall behind if he doesn't advance. I'm not afraid either. Look at how much he wants to break through to the Skysoar realm. If he can be satisfied with that realm, that'll be the real problem. You have to know that the biggest restriction we have on him is the Skysoar realm. Look at him now. He's about to reach that realm. Who would have thought that this kid would advance so quickly? It's too fast. Now that he knows that his grandfather is the demon ancestor, he'll probably be able to find out who the demon ancestor's daughter and son-in-law are. What should we do? Let's take it one step at a time for now. We can't hide it forever, but it's fine to hide it temporarily. Sai, Qin Fanyang, how are you going to tell him about Teacher Qin? Chapter 1087. Well, let me think about how to minimize the impact. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Wu Yuding smoothly pushed the responsibility to Zhuo Chonglu and went to chat with her son. Along the way, the closer they got to the Sun-Moon Pass, the more intense the UMNO Alliance's construction became. The UMNO Alliance's defense line was tens of thousands of miles long. They're building a no-fly zone defense line. Zhuo Chonglu sighed. Looking at the busy people below, he couldn't help but say, the UMNO Alliance is indeed the most powerful race since ancient times. This spirit of sacrifice is worthy of praise and tears. Below them, the construction of a majestic pass wall had been completed. On top of it, a Wu people officer stood up and shouted with a trembling voice, Senior Tianyan, are you here? Instantly, countless voices echoed from below. Here, I'm here. Please, seniors. All the UMNO Alliance's soldiers saluted together. At this moment, 36 white-haired old men walked over with unsteady steps. Their faces carried a sense of calmness amidst their boldness, and they actually didn't reveal a trace of dejection. No need to be so polite. This is what we should do. The leader of the old men smiled faintly and said, "For the Umno Alliance, for the future generations, we are willing to do this. Seniors, you are mighty. Your loyalty will last for 1,000 years." Tens of thousands of soldiers stood orderly and saluted. They didn't move for a long time. The leader of the old men laughed and struggled to stand high. He raised his head and turned around to face the group of old men in front of him. He said loudly, "Old brothers." Yes. The 35 people at the front answered in unison. Behind them, there were large groups of old men. They all had snow-white hair and were thin, but their backs were straight. They were weak, but not weak, and their faces were filled with calmness. Our origin is damaged, and our lives are coming to an end. We can't even go to the battlefield to fight and get the burning body order. I didn't expect that today. We can still leave glory for our descendants. How lucky! This life is worth it. The 35 old men burst into laughter at the same time. This life is worth it. 36 stars, return to your positions. The 36 old men all laughed heartily and stepped forward at the same time. Their steps were firm and determined, without a trace of hesitation. On the city wall, 36 special seats with hexagram patterns had already been set up. Everyone walked to their seats and turned around in unison to look back. Behind him, the descendants of the 36 families all knelt on the ground and sobbed. Juniors respectfully send off old ancestor. The old men laughed out loud, then sat down gently and neatly. The old man in the lead said, "There's no need to hesitate. Let's start the formation." Above, the officer who gave the order had tears streaming down his face. He vigorously waved the red flag in his hand and shouted, "Set up the formation. Draw upon the power of the stars to create the Umno Alliance's forbidden airspace domain. The 36 Dipper formation will last forever. Activate the formation." The tens of thousands of soldiers present shouted in unison, and a huge amount of spirit energy continued to erupt, surging into the formation that had already been carved underground. In an instant, a thick white light soared into the sky and reached the 9 heavens. It was also at this moment that the tens of thousands of soldiers drew their swords and ruthlessly cut their wrists. Blood flowed like a waterfall and poured into the formation base. Therefore, after an instant, the white light that soared into the sky suddenly turned into a red light and rushed into the distant sky with an even more intense and ferocious momentum. In the sky, the river of stars was bright as usual. Suddenly, the frequency of the stars flashing suddenly increased, and streaks of starlight fell straight down as if they were solid, converging with the red light that rushed up and merging into one. In a moment that seemed to exist, but also seemed to not exist, after a moment of stalemate, they reversed the momentum and returned to their respective positions. The starlight returned to the sky, but the red light turned into a dazzling beam of light. A total of 36 beams of light shone back onto the 36 people sitting on the seats. The 36 Dipper Formation Forbidden Airspace Domain, brothers united as one, forever suppressing the Umno Alliance. The leading old man laughed loudly. "Old brothers, let's go." Suddenly, a heroic laugh sounded. "Let's go." It only lasted for a moment, but the beam of light became more and more blazing and more dazzling. The 36 old men, along with their seats, began to rotate at high speed simultaneously. 36 light pillars gradually connected together, connecting the 36 people together. Then, there was a sudden tremor. The seats in the beam of light, together with the old men and the formation map, disappeared at the same time. In the next moment, an inexplicable force soared into the sky again, and it was unstoppable. So Xiaoduo, who was watching the scene from the sky, felt his body sink and fell straight down like a meteorite. The forbidden airspace domain was already in effect. This was the forbidden airspace domain that targeted the large army of the demon clan. With Zhua Xiaoduo's current cultivation, he naturally could not resist it, and could no longer maintain the state of flight. Zhuo Changlu reached out and grabbed his son and carried him on his back. He could not help but sigh. The UMNO Alliance's forbidden airspace domain has succeeded. Wu Yuding nodded silently, and a look of admiration flashed in her eyes. Just by looking at the manpower and lineup below, one could tell that the UMNO Alliance was indeed bold and generous. It was really impressive. Countless white-haired old men were bowing and saluting. "Brothers, take care. We'll be there soon." With their loyal souls as the sacrifice, their lives as the foundation, their souls as the guide, and their blood as the soul. For the sake of the future, these old guys of the UMNO Alliance are not afraid of death at all. Zhuo Changlu was also very respectful. He stood in the sky, invisible, and bowed. Along the way, he saw countless powerhouses of the UMNO Alliance who were nearing the end of their lives. They smiled calmly and resolutely entered the formation map, turning their lives and souls into the foundation of the formation, and sacrificing everything for the great cause of the UMNO Alliance. With their lives, souls, and everything they had, they built the forbidden airspace domain of tens of thousands of miles. "This is our enemy." Zhuo Changlu sighed softly. "It used to be, it is now, and it will always be before the return of the demon race." Zhuo Xiaoduo was overwhelmed by emotions. He said solemnly, "Dad, the return of the demon race is inevitable. In the future, we will work together to fight against the demon race. Why don't we choose to end the war and work together? Grandpa is one of the top powerhouses of the human race. I think he should have some say, if he suggests something to the leadership." "No," Zhuo Changlu said resolutely. "The UMNO Alliance is still an enemy at this stage. It must be an enemy. Your dad is right. The UMNO Alliance must be an enemy of life and death." Wu Yuding sighed softly and said, "Nobody can predict how strong the demons will be when they return. As the weaker side, we can only produce more powerhouses under the pressure of death. If the battlefield in the Sun and Moon Pass is gone, then the ones living in the rear will be a bunch of corpses. Without the pressure of life and death, how can there be any powerhouses? If we only rely on the warriors to fulfill our dreams of traveling the world, how can there be any powerhouses?" Human beings in the astral souls grew from weak to strong because of battles like this. They were stimulated by the blood and sacrifice of generations. Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, "If the world is truly peaceful, the UMNO Alliance, which is the stronger side, may still be under the pressure of death. But the astral souls will soon be in a situation where heroes will rise and fight for the throne. The reason for such a long time of peace is the external pressure of the UMNO Alliance. The price is the blood and flesh in the Sun and Moon Pass. People's hearts have always been like this. When there is an external enemy, we are all on the same side. When there is no external enemy, you want to have the final say, and I want to have the final say too. Then the only result is that we have to fight each other with our underlings. It has been like this since the beginning of time. To put it bluntly, it is not a big deal. The so-called changes in the dynasty and the change of dynasties are just because people's selfish desires can never be satisfied. When there is no war and no external enemy, these warriors will always be some stupid soldiers. They don't know how to enjoy life, but they want to suffer instead. Who will respect them? Only when the enemy raped his wife, killed his son, and fucked his parents. With this kind of pain, this group of melodramatic things will know that they need protection, and the people who protect them will be so precious." Zhuo Changlu said sarcastically. His voice was unusually cold. "So, this war will never end. It will never end. Even if it does end one day, it will have to be when all the 9 continents return and completely unify the world. Only then will it return to the era where heroes rise every once in a while." Zhuo Xiaoduo said, "When that time comes, will the remaining victors, the strong ones, watch the continent fall into chaos again?" Zhuo Changlu said indifferently, "What we can guarantee is the continuation of human life. The human world will not be completely wiped out. When we achieve this, We could be free and unfettered and enjoy life with our own will. We can't be their nannies forever. When the external enemy is gone, they can do whatever they want. That is just a few decades or 100 years. It will be over in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter. For the sake of these inevitable reincarnations, we will work tirelessly. At this moment, Zwishaoduo was shocked by his father's indifference. In his heart, his father had never been such a cold person. His tone was condescending and indifferent to all living things. However, Wu Yuding breathed a sigh of relief. There was an indescribable tiredness in her voice. At Zwishaoduo's age, perhaps he wouldn't be able to understand it for a long, long time. That was because he had lived for a long time. He had seen too much of humanity with his own eyes, and he had protected the continent for his entire life, protecting it for thousands of years. Years of fighting bloody battles on the front line. Occasionally, when they looked back, they would see scums appearing one after another in the rear. The world was ugly, and the morals were corrupted. When this knowledge appeared again and again, the more they thought about it, the more pathetic and powerless they felt. Countless times, countless methods, countless education to open up the wisdom of the people. Even if countless hot-blooded heroes stood out, it was undeniable that the despicableness and ugliness of human nature came from the bones. There is one more chapter. It should be around 9 o'clock in the evening. Chapter 1088. Let's go. Zwichanglu flicked his sleeves and led Zwishaoduo east. They sped up. The Sun Moon Pass was right in front of them. They could vaguely see the two armies fighting below. Blood flowed like rivers and corpses piled up like mountains. On one side was the army of the Umno Alliance, and on the other side was the army of the Tao League. Zwichanglu stopped and looked. He said, "The army of the Tao League already has some of the demeanor of an iron-blooded battle formation. If they can fight like this for 10 years, the Tao League might be able to produce an invincible army. However, I don't know if the heavens will give them the time." Wu Yuding said disdainfully, "I don't dare to count on them. Instead of counting on them, it's better to improve my own cultivation and increase my ability to resist the enemy. The Tao League is also building a no-fly zone, but it's slower, and the people over there, they're not willing to sacrifice themselves. After we send you back to Fenghai, your mother and I will go to the Tao League to take a look." Zwichanglu said slowly. Wu Yuding's eyes turned extremely cold. The Tao League broke the rules twice in a row and assassinated Zwishaoduo. At that time, the couple was at a critical moment in their seclusion. They only asked for some interest from Shao. However, if they thought that this matter would be over so easily, they were underestimating the sky inspecting throne and the rain demon too much. They plotted against my son twice, and they're just going to pay for it? Is there such a cheap thing in this world? If this is okay, I'll also go to the Tao League and kill a few people. Anyway, I'll just pay for it when the time comes. We have plenty of things. Just what the flood which gave us is enough for us to pay for it a few thousand times. Then, Dad, Mom, you must be careful. Why don't you ask Grandpa to go with you? It's more reassuring to have a great expert like him with you. Zwishaoduo said, "Actually, since we're here, we can say that we're back in our territory. I can go back by myself and wait for you guys to finish your work. Let's meet again in Fenghai. There's also Sister Nian. Let's reunite as a family in Fenghai." "All right," Wu Yuding said. "Since that's the case, you can go back by yourself. When we come back, we'll call your Sister Nian. Our family will reunite in Fenghai." "All right, it's settled then. Hurry up and contact Grandfather." At the back of the battlefield, countless soldiers of the Astral Souls were also using similar methods to create a no-fly zone. The three of them watched for a long time, their hearts filled with an indescribable feeling. It was sour and astringent, but warm. Today, a wisp of heroic spirit would be tomorrow's Great Wall. At this time, on this side of the battlefield where flesh and blood were flying everywhere, this sentence was displayed in the most thorough and extreme way. The reason why I hate the numbness at the back and feel indifferent to the life and death of those lives is because of this, because of these people. Zwichanglu looked down at those soldiers of the Astral Souls who calmly faced death and integrated their lives, souls, and bodies into the past to communicate with the power of the stars to create a no-fly zone. They used all that they had left to protect the people of their country behind them. But were the people they protected worth their efforts? Zhuo Changlu's voice was full of respect. Many times I really feel that it's not worth it for them. Zhuo Xiaoduo was silent. He only felt that his heart was heavy. However, this was a problem of human nature and society. Even if it wasn't immortal, even if it was the number one person of the human race, the Minister Inspector of Heaven, he couldn't change it. The root of the evil was always there. How could it be changed by human strength? After a long time, Zhuo Xiaoduo said, it's because of the evil and filth that the sacrifice at this moment highlights kindness and loyalty. That's right. Zhuo Changlu patted his son on the shoulder and smiled. This sentence is very profound. The family didn't discuss this issue anymore. The more they talked about it, the heavier it became. After a long time, the family recalled that it seemed that this was the only time they talked about the filth and ugliness of human nature. After leaving the Sun Moon Pass, the couple put down Zhuo Xiaoduo and turned to leave with the wind without hesitation. In the air, why didn't you tell our son about Teacher Qin? I thought about it for a long time. It's not appropriate for us to tell him. Sigh. After telling him, there's no way to comfort or relieve him. If we comfort our son, it will seem that we're heartless. If we don't comfort him, we'll only feel more reluctant. No matter what, Xiaoduo must go to the capital this time. It's imperative. Not only must we take revenge, but it must be done by Xiaoduo. What's more, Xiaoduo will definitely not be able to let go in front of us. When it's time to let the child do things independently, we must let go as much as possible. Zhuo Changlu said deeply. He now has his own circle. In addition to his own circle, he needs a circle with him as the backbone. In this circle, we can't interfere or influence, no matter what identity or position we have. Wu Yuting sighed and nodded. She naturally understood that her husband's words made sense, but as a mother, she couldn't help it. Don't worry, Yinduo is there, and his grandfather hasn't really gone far. He has been secretly following him. There won't be any real danger on this trip. So Changlu smiled. Let's go and finish our business first, and then go to Xiaoduo. She must be eager to get news about Xiaoduo. Okay. The husband and wife turned into the wind and left. On the other side, Zhuo Xiaoduo was walking quickly on his way back. Although he was anxious to return home, his mood was a rare joy. Along the way, his emotions were surging, and he almost wanted to sing a song. His parents had just given him half of the big pot of Jiuxiao spirit water that they had just received. These were all needed. They had to be used to the maximum in every realm. They had to be constantly compressed and refined. This was a huge amount of resources. Not only him, but Nian Nian Cat, Swollen, Wanli Xiu, Long Yuxing, and the others. It was enough. How many IOUs should I ask them to give me? So Xiaoduo calculated that if he collected all the debts, his net worth seemed to be enough to monopolize the 3 continents. Roared out on the way back, Zhuo Xiaoduo thought about the identity of his parents the most. Zhuo Xiaoduo had long felt that the identity of his parents might be very complicated, but he didn't expect that the reality was more complicated than he thought. The demon ancestor is actually my grandfather. TSK. The demon ancestor is a real top figure in the astral souls continent. He's from the same era as the Sky Inspector Minister and the Star Plucking Emperor. My father is the demon ancestor's son-in-law, and my mother is the demon ancestor's daughter. That means he's only 1 generation younger than the Sky Inspector Minister and the Emperor, which means he's from the same generation as the left and right heavenly kings. Then, he shouldn't be completely unknown, right? This is absolutely impossible. What's even stranger is that my grandfather seems to be very afraid of my father. This is really strange. How can there be a father-in-law afraid of his son-in-law? It's more like it the other way around. Then, my father is very likely to be a super big figure. But how big is he? Well, my surname is Zhuo, my father's surname is Zhuo, and the Sky Inspector Minister's surname is Zhuo. Then, could my father be the minister's son or nephew? Regardless of seniority, identity, background, and origin, it's a better explanation for the current situation. Duo was very happy. I'm actually a second generation, or at least a third generation, and a super second generation, or even a super third generation. Sigh, what a failure. I could have just been a salted fish waiting to die, winning my life without doing anything. No one in the continent would have dared to provoke me, but I had to fight to become the world's top genius. Well, it's the same as relying on my face, talent, and hard work when I could have won my life without doing anything. Actually, I feel that this sentence is really talking about me. I'm really a genius, a great genius, and I'm so hardworking. At the same time, I'm also a handsome guy, a very handsome guy. Zhuo Xiaoduo's body was light as a feather. He had basically confirmed it now, so he didn't ask in front of his parents. The key point is clear. I'll know the truth when I investigate later. You still want to lie to me. You've been lying to me since I was young. Do I have parents like you? Besides, if you told me earlier, I wouldn't have just been a salted fish waiting to die. I'm so outstanding, so hardworking, and so handsome. How can I be a salted fish? Sigh. Speaking of which, being a salted fish is really comfortable. If I had a choice, I'd really like to be a salted fish since I was young, winning my life without doing anything. Just thinking about it makes me crazy. But after cultivating all the way till now, it seems that I can't do that anymore. It's really frustrating. I've already become a heaven's pride, and my ability is too great. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, and the stronger the enemies I'll face. I'm already so outstanding, and my ability is too great. Instead, I'm lacking something. So, I'm destined to face stronger enemies in the future. Isn't this forcing me to continue to become stronger quickly? Oh my gosh, my salted fish dream. It's getting farther and farther away. Nian Mao. Hurry up and let me stroke you to mend my broken heart. Now, only stroking a cat can make me happy. But this cat is not the cat I used to be. Zhuo Xiaoduo was smiling happily and sighing at the same time. No one knew whether it was because his wish came true or because whoever he thought of would come true. Crumbling old buildings, digging through thunder, and breaking through steel. His cell phone rang. Zhuo Xiaoduo saw that it was not his dear wife, Nian Mao. Naturally, he picked it up without hesitation and said in a sweet voice, Nian Mao, meow meow. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was heard. Shit. Where are you now? Where are Mom and Dad? I passed the Sun Moon Pass and am on my way back. Mom and Dad have something else to do. Dad said that he'll find us when he's done. Do you want to come to Fenghai, or do you want me to go to Shangjing? He. Nian Mao, let me tell you. Zhuo Xiaoduo was exultant. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was very low. You're so happy. Hey, there's something. Zhuo Xiaoduo sensed that something was wrong. He was stunned and asked, what's wrong? There's something. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was sad. Promise me first, Xiaoduo, you must stay calm. Begging for monthly votes. Chapter 1089. What's the matter? Don't scare me. Zhuo Xiaoduo felt his heart pounding. An ominous premonition suddenly surged in his heart. His face gradually turned pale. Is it swollen, long yushing, or... It's none of them. Zhuo Xiaonian said in a low voice. It's Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin? Zhuo Xiaoduo suddenly felt his mind go blank and empty. He only heard his own voice ask mechanically, which Teacher Qin Fengyang? What happened to him? Zhuo Xiaonian's voice seemed to come from the horizon. Teacher Qin. Passed away. Passed away. At this moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo clearly felt a sudden explosion in his heart. His entire heart was blown to pieces. It was as if the entire universe had exploded in front of his eyes. Teacher Qin passed away. He muttered to himself. Suddenly, he flew into a rage and said sternly, Nonsense! How could Teacher Qin die? Zhuo Xiaonian's weak voice sounded faintly. It's true. As Zhuo Xiaonian recounted, Zhuo Xiaoduo felt as if his whole body had no strength to support it. His hand loosened and the phone fell to the ground with a bang. Zhuo Xiaonian's voice was still coming from the phone. However, Zhuo Xiaoduo didn't want to listen anymore. He squatted on the ground and hugged his head tightly with both hands. His whole body was curled up, and he only felt a roar in his head. He couldn't think about anything, and he didn't have any ability to think. His body was cold. Suddenly, he felt that this spring day was bone-chilling. His mind was grotesque. Only Qin Fangyang's image was left in his mind, flashing back and forth. In Phoenix City's number 2 high school, Qin Fangyang stood in front of him. "If you dare to touch my student, I'll fuck your whole family." That voice was resolute and decisive, and it still rang in his ears. Phoenix's head turned back. Qin Fangyang turned into a sword light and descended from the sky. "Xiao Duo, you're here too." During class, his body was like a burning candle that soared into the sky. He sacrificed himself to forge the heart of the sword for his students. On the day of Yuan's death, the disheartened Qin Fangyang's lonely back died after the incident at the Starlight Mountain Range. Qin Fangyang came to the Hidden Dragon High School. His meticulous hairstyle, well-ironed suit, and clean appearance were filled with an air of pride for his students. "You are my student. How can I not want you?" It was as if Qin Fangyang was standing right in front of him with a warm smile on his face. "But now, you're telling me that Teacher Qin is dead?" Xiaoduo hugged his head and growled in a low voice. Had the adorable, amiable, and respectable Teacher Qin Fangyang left him forever? How did he die? Who killed him? Xiaoduo let out a crazy roar and jumped up from the ground. His entire body turned into a stream of light and sped into the sky. He flew madly in the direction of Shangjing, sparing no effort and risking his life along the way. Along the way, he created a long black hole. Xiaoduo circulated his true qi and burned his qi and blood, forgetting everything else. He only had one thought: to hurry to the place where Teacher Qin had passed away. Even when Xiaoduo was being chased by countless experts, he wasn't this reckless. His speed at this moment surpassed all the previous times. Xiaoduo's eyes turned red as he ran. "No matter who killed Teacher Qin, I'll make you pay with blood. Blood for blood. Teacher Qin, your heroic spirit is not far away. Your student is here. Your Xiaoduo is here." But over at Fenghai, because there was no news from Xiaoduo, Li Chenglong's patience finally ran out 2 days ago. He issued an order for all members to undergo a death training. A small team with Xiaoduo as the core. Li Chenglong, Long Yusheng, Wan Li Xiu, Yu Moyan, Li Chengming, Gao Xiao Pai Yibao, Yin Xiang Chong, and Xiang Bing were all assigned a death mission without exception. If they didn't break through to the profound returning realm, they were not allowed to return. For this training, go wherever the danger is. If you don't achieve your goal, you will automatically leave the team and will no longer be a member of our team. Li Chenglong gave the order to fight to the death. There's been no news from Zhua for so long. The whole continent is looking for him, but there's not a single trace of him. I'm afraid he's dead. There are too few people who can do this so silently. So, if we want to take revenge for Zhua, there's a high chance that we will face the top figures of the 3 continents. So, we have to become stronger quickly. We can't help with major matters because our cultivation is too shallow. We can't do much, but it's very embarrassing. Very embarrassing. Then we have to make up for it with the greatest courage and improvement. Everyone go out and train. Fight. If you have connections to go to the battlefield, go to the battlefield directly. Li Chenglong quickly explained the current situation and pointed out the goal of this experience. Then, he didn't speak any more nonsense. He went out to experience the experience alone and disappeared without a trace. Everyone else also plunged into the vast wilderness. The only one who was more accountable was Zhen Piapiao. She officially asked for leave from the school and went out to train, but in the blink of an eye, her whereabouts were unknown. During class, when Xingtian looked at the half-empty classroom and was stunned for a long time. Meng Zhangjun, Hao Han, and the other students sitting in the classroom were also stunned. Everyone was in the same batch of students, and they were also known as geniuses in the beginning. However, they had only been in high martial arts for a short period of time, and the gap between them had been completely widened. Even Jun Piapiao and the others had reached the peak of the royal god realm, but they were still struggling bitterly in the cloud transformation realm. When they saw Jun Piapiao leave the classroom without any reluctance to leave their middle school classmates, and went out to train without hesitation, that she didn't even say a word. Meng Zhongjun was dumbfounded. During this period, he had been with Hao Han every day, training, fighting, and sparring. He clearly felt that he had made a lot of progress. But now it seemed, Meng Zhongjun was horrified to find that he seemed to have unknowingly stepped onto an evil path that he had looked down on before. When did I start to be jealous of Zhuo Xiaoduo? And when did I start to feel enmity and even hatred towards Zhuo Xiaoduo? At the beginning, we were clearly good friends who sincerely admired each other. From the appreciation of each other during the Central Plains tournament to the harmonious relationship during the Hidden Dragon High School. But when did I start to separate myself from that team? Zhan Piapiao was becoming colder and more indifferent to me. It should be because she could feel the lust and desire in my heart, as well as the evil thoughts towards Xiao Duo. Li Qinglong probably didn't accept me for the same reason, but I never wanted it to be like this. Hao Han came up to him from his side. Boss, it seems like Zhan Piapiao went to find Xiao Duo. But Xiao Duo went missing this time, and for such a long time, it might be your chance. If he died outside, your chance. Hao Han seemed to sigh. Xiao Duo should have been secretly killed by someone. Meng Zhongjuan's gaze turned back from the door, and his scattered and complicated thoughts were also retracted. Then his line of sight, suddenly stopped dead on Hao Han's face. Died outside? Xiao Duo was the co-leader of our group, our common boss. How could you say that he died outside so easily? How could you say that? Even if Piapiao likes him and doesn't like me, it's just a personal choice. I never wanted Xiao Duo to die. I wanted to come back safely. It's not for anything else, just because Xiao Duo is now the flag of the Hidden Dragon High School. He is also the common boss that everyone in the 4 grades accepts wholeheartedly. He's the core and soul of our generation. Who would want him to die? Who would dare to want him to die? Hao Han, how could you say that? Meng Zhongjun suddenly felt a chill in his heart. He looked at Hao Han, who was as tall and sturdy as usual. His curly beard had already begun to take shape. His face was rough and carefree, as if he didn't care about anything. However, Meng Zhongjun suddenly felt that this face, which he had seen since he was young, was inexplicably unfamiliar. Meng Zhongjuan's gaze was very strange, as if he was looking at a maggot. Ever since the Genius Team was established in the garrison shop, Hao Han's popularity had always been the worst in the team. As for himself, the captain of the garrison shop, he had always followed him, but he was the second worst in the entire team. Zhan Piapiao and Pai Bao were the most popular in the team. Pai Bao, in particular, was always cheerful with everyone. He could communicate with everyone happily. Only towards Hao Han, he was the complete opposite of cold. That Meng Zhongjun only thought that the two of them were born to be at odds with each other, so he didn't think too deeply about it. After all, his popularity wasn't very good, and he rarely talked to Pai Bao. However, now that he thought about it, there were many seemingly inconspicuous conflicts that he didn't understand the reason for. However, deep down, Hao Han was the factor that instigated them, and even the hostility. Fights with outsiders. When did he start to resent Xiao Duo? It seemed to be from that time, when Hao Han specially came over to tell him that Zhan Piapiao had taken a fancy to Xiao Duo. Xiao Duo clearly had a fiancée, but he still flirted with women. He was a scumbag. It was probably from that time that his thoughts started to deviate. It was also from that time that he gradually drifted apart from Xiao Duo, Li Qinglong, and the others and went their separate ways. Meng Zhongjun suddenly came to a realization. There had always been such a despicable person who sowed discord by his side. He clearly looked like a straightforward person. But who would have thought that such a burly and heroic Hao Han, who looked like he was charging at the front without fear of death, was actually such a despicable person who sowed discord? Hao Han, Meng Zhongjun said leisurely. Boss, please tell me what you need. I'll get it done immediately. Hao Han boorishly expressed his loyalty. Meng Zhongjun stood up and walked towards Wen Xingtian's office. I'm going to ask for leave to train. Boss, where are you going? I'll go with you. It's better to train separately. If you force yourself to travel together, it's inevitable that you'll be distracted, and it'll be harder to achieve the best results. Meng Zhongjun carried his spear and left the classroom. Chapter 1090. Meng Zhongjun looked back and suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him was unprecedentedly relaxed. His eyes were exceptionally clear. The hardest thing to do as a human is to find your own shortcomings and correct them. The second hardest thing to do as a human is to find the villains around you. Hao Han, you are really a good man. You have been by my side for so many years, but I only realized now that my thoughts have always been influenced by you. But from now on, goodbye. I don't need someone to influence my path at all times, and I don't need someone to sow discord at all times. Meng Zhongjun left the Hidden Dragon High School in an unprecedentedly free and easy manner, heading straight for the wasteland. He threw everything that had happened in the past to the back of his mind. It's over. Hao Han, who was following behind him, looked at Meng Zhongjun's back with eyes full of confusion. His heart was full of confusion. He could clearly feel that Meng Zhongjun had suddenly become unprecedentedly cold and indifferent, creating a barrier that was difficult to get close to. What was going on? The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Hao Han was not necessarily a bad person. He was just cold by nature and liked to stir up trouble. He was always used to sow discord. His original intention was not to harm people, but the end result was always bad. Naturally, he was abandoned by everyone. This was his nature. There would be such people around everyone. In the world, there were not many of them. Some people would find out, like Meng Zhongjun, and resolutely cut ties with them. But most people would not find out. So there was such a person around him who specialized in causing trouble. Shangjing, Zhuo Xiaoyan, was restlessly pacing back and forth in her room. Normally, Zhuo Xiaoyan's reaction was within her expectations. But Zhuo Xiaoyan was still worried. She did not know what Zhuo Xiaoyan's current situation was, and what would he do in the future. Would this news cause too much harm to Zhuo Xiaoduo? And how should I comfort him? Zhuo Xiaoduo was madly hurrying on with his journey. He did not care about the loss, the cost, and everything else. Zhuo Xiaoyan was anxiously waiting. She was impatient, anxious, hesitant, helpless. Phoenix City, at He Yuanyue's grave. On this day, Sister Lan came out of the thatched cottage early in the morning. As usual, she took a stick of incense, lit it, and stuck it in front of He Yuanyue's grave. She was about to go back to her room to wash up, which had become a daily habit. Suddenly, she made a sound of surprise and fixed her gaze on the grave. In the middle of a patch of tender green weeds that had just sprouted, there was actually an extremely beautiful flower in full bloom. A flower without leaves was just a flower. A bright red color entered the depths of his eyes. It was a glaring red. The red was so dazzling that people couldn't take their eyes off it, but also appeared noble and pure, without the slightest bit of impurity. Strands of misty flower silk surrounded the petals. Even the stamen was red. It was as red as blood. However, it also gave people a feeling that it was almost transparent. Sister Lan was stunned. She stood rooted to the ground because she suddenly remembered Zhuo Xiaoduo's words. When the red spider lily blooms on the grave, you can leave. Sister Lan looked at the flower, and her heart skipped a beat. Last night, she had a dream. She dreamed of He Yuanyue. She looked at her with a smile and said, I'm leaving. Don't be too hard on yourself. Your fate in this life has come to an end. Let's meet again in the next life. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared into the heavy fog. Dreaming of He Yuanyue wasn't a rare thing for Sister Lan. When He Yuanyue had just passed away, she would dream of her old sister who had been with her for decades, almost every day. However, the dream last night was so clear that it was as if she had seen and experienced it personally. It was real. As a result, Sister Lan felt that her heart was unusually empty this morning. It was a feeling of no one to turn to. She originally thought that it was groundless worry, but she saw this scene in front of Yuan's grave. Was there no reason? Are you really going this time? Sister Lan looked at the red spider lily swaying gently in the breeze on the grave and fell into a daze. She couldn't help but think of the information about the red spider lily that she had collected after hearing Zhuo Xiaoduo's words and the legend of the red spider lily. The red spider lily blooms on the other shore. When the flower blooms, the leaves disappear. On this day, she stood quietly in front of Yuan's grave for a long time. Finally, she sighed softly and bowed. I'm leaving. I won't go back to the Liu family. I'm going to Sun Moon Pass. No matter where you are, 10 years later, if I'm still alive, I'll look for you. I really miss the decades when I was with you. It was full of warmth and warmth. I'll never forget it. Tears slowly fell from her eyes. Take care. Her still, graceful body soared into the sky and made a turn in the air. She quietly stayed there for more than a minute before turning into a gust of wind and whizzing away. At the grave, the delicate and beautiful red spider lily swayed gently. On the petals, a drop of sparkling dew slowly slid down. It seemed that Yuan was waving goodbye to Sister Lan, wishing her safety and looking forward to the day when they would meet again. When the phoenix turned back, a lonely tombstone gradually went further and further away. Shangjing. In the sky, Shangjing's sky canopy suddenly shattered with a crack, as if a huge sun had suddenly appeared in the sky. Immediately, a ball of heat rushed in and disappeared without a trace. Who? The Shangjing expert in charge of the sky canopy security suddenly woke up, but he only saw a hole that was only a few centimeters wide. Logically speaking, such a small hole should not be difficult to repair. However, the expert in charge could not repair it even after using all his strength. He had no choice but to call for help. However, after all the people in charge of the sky canopy security arrived, they still could not do anything after repeated attempts. They had no choice but to ask for help from the Nine Heavens Pavilion. The Nine Heavens Pavilion also sent out a deputy pavilion master before the hole was finally repaired. Who made this? After feeling the scorching aftershock at close range, everyone could not help but feel lingering fear. Such a powerful destructive force caused such damage to the sky canopy. What would happen if it landed on a person? Investigate. Investigate thoroughly. The deputy pavilion master of the Nine Heavens Pavilion, who personally came into contact with the aftershock of the destruction, was also worried. If such a person entered Shangjing, he would be a dangerous person who could cause a big commotion. He could clearly feel the explosive force contained within the damaged hole, as well as the soaring anger and hatred. Even though the person involved had been gone for a long time, he could still clearly feel it from the damage. This was undoubtedly a huge security risk. This was especially true in Shangjing for the first time for astral souls of the human race. There's no need to investigate. A graceful and beautiful figure in white suddenly appeared. It was Bai Duo. Greetings, Bai Yin Fairy. No need for formalities. Fairy this. Yes, I said, there's no need to investigate. Bai Duo said lightly. Yes. Everyone was sweating profusely and retreated. Obviously, everyone had already realized that the person who came should be related to Supervisor Bai Duo. That meant that she was someone with a powerful background. Shangjing, which had just calmed down a little, was about to have a big commotion again. Bai Duo stood in the air, looking in a certain direction and frowning slightly. In the end, she still came. In Zhuo Xiaoyan's private courtyard, Zhuo Xiaoduo fell straight down like a meteorite. Fortunately, he remembered to restrain his power when he landed. However, the overflowing heat from his fire tribute cultivation body still rose up. Zhuo Xiaoyan's spiritual sense was very sharp. She came out immediately and looked at Zhuo Xiaoduo worriedly. Damn it. Xiaoduo, are you okay? Zhuo Xiaoduo took a breath and suppressed his explosive emotions. He tried hard to say softly, I'm fine. He took a step forward and gently hugged Zhuo Xiaoyan. He only felt a long-lost calm and warmth rush into his heart. Then, he rested his head on his Zhuo Xiaoyan's shoulder and quietly leaned on it for a while. This was very unusual for Zhuo. Usually, whenever Zhuo saw Zhuo, he would take the initiative to take advantage of her. However, at this moment, Zhuo was unusually quiet. Zhuo hugged Zhuo with heartache. She could feel Zhuo's fatigue and sadness at this moment. She also felt a sense of panic and fear in his heart. Indeed, during the time that Zhuo was in the Umno Alliance, he was always in a negative state of mind. Even though he was overflowing with joy when he met his parents, that feeling still remained in his heart. It was not a negative feeling that could be eliminated when he was safe. It was a kind of tension that came from the depths of his heart and was on the verge of collapse. And Zhuo would not show this kind of weakness in front of anyone, even in front of his parents. He could only show it when he was beside Zhuo. It was an extreme feeling of fear and dread. He was worried that he would not be able to see the world, see his parents, and see Nian Mao again. After a few minutes, Zhuo raised his head and sniffed gently. "It smells so good." Humph. Just by hearing this sentence, Zhuo knew that Zhuo's mood had calmed down. He was at least 40 to 50% of his usual mood. She immediately rolled her eyes at him and said, "Are you done acting like a spoiled child? Come in and talk." "Okay." The two of them entered the room. Zhuo skillfully made tea. Zhuo looked at Zhuo's beautiful figure and became calmer. For a long time, the two of them did not speak. They were deliberately brewing their emotions. The air was so quiet that it was surprisingly quiet. They could only hear each other's breathing, soft and long. Finally, the tea was ready. Zhuo handed over a cup of tea and sat down in front of Zhuo. "What is the cause of Teacher Qin's death?" Zhuo asked tiredly in a low voice. In his eyes, there was a hysterical emotion. It was a tyrannical impulse that seemed to want to destroy everything. Zhuo tried hard to restrain himself. He did not want to show that he had lost control of his emotions in front of Zhuo. But the more he tried to restrain himself, the more violent his emotions became. His fingers trembled slightly. His eyes were bloodshot. Chapter 1091. When he saw Zhuo this time, Zhuo did not rush to take advantage of her or flirt with her, because he was not in a good mood. In addition, the bad news of Qin Fangyang's death made his mood completely fall to the bottom. Zhuo felt that it was a sin to think about falling in love before taking revenge for Teacher Qin. "I called you many times on the way, but you didn't answer," Zhuo complained. "My phone." Zhuo remembered that he had lost his phone when he received Zhuo's call. After that, he ran all the way, so how could he think about this trivial matter? "I lost my phone." Zhuo sighed. "I'll buy a new one later and make up for the number." "Okay." It was too sudden. I forgot everything at that time." Zhuo leaned back and leaned on the sofa. He only felt that his mind was still in a mess. "What's going on? Tell me in detail." "My mind is in a mess now, and I need to clear my thoughts." Zhuo held his head. "When I parted with Teacher Qin last time, I knew that he would face a life and death tribulation, but it shouldn't happen now. There must be a reason." Zhuo muttered to himself. Why did the situation change so suddenly? No matter if it was fate, it shouldn't be like this. On the one hand, he asked Zhuo to speak, but on the other hand, he was muttering to himself. He talked endlessly, saying words that only he could understand. Zhuo knew that Zhuo's mood was very unstable now. His mind must be in a mess, so she just listened quietly. After a long time, Zhuo finally stopped talking. He covered his face with both hands and lowered his head, like a defeated puppy, dejected and weak. "Go ahead, I'm listening." This is what happened. Zhuo began to tell the story from the first time Qin Fangyang found her and what happened after that. Zhuo covered his face as he listened. However, every word that Zhuo said was deeply etched in his heart, and he quickly began to analyze it. "Dragons seize the vein. Ancestral dragon Gao Wu. Quota. The reason why Teacher Qin got into trouble this time was because he wanted to get a spot for me. It turns out that this is the root cause of all the disasters. His life trajectory shouldn't have included this trip to the ancestral dragon, let alone teaching there. But because of me, he went to the ancestral dragon to teach there. He really did everything he could to fight for a spot for me, for my future. Then, because of this, he finally died tragically in the hands of others. So Xiaoduo quickly analyzed. Later, Mom and Dad came. Then, there was news that the Sky Patrol Minister went to the Ancestral Dragon and dealt with the 4 great clans, who controlled the Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and dragons seized the vein. Zhou Xiaoyan had the same suspicions in her heart. She suspected the true identity of her parents. After all, she had heard the news that her grandfather was the Devil Ancestor, a top powerhouse of the astral souls. If her grandfather was the Devil Ancestor, then who were her parents? Although Zhou Xiaoyan did not have high-level connections, she had asked Baiyun Fairy, but Baiyun Duo was naturally evasive and vague. This situation made Zhou Xiaoyan more and more suspicious. When the Sky Patrol Minister went to the Ancestral Dragon, I was with Mom. Dad was not there. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at Zhou Xiaoduo with her clear eyes. She believed that if she said this, the meaning behind her words could not be more obvious. Unfortunately, Zhou Xiaoduo's thoughts were not on this at all. The minister went to the Ancestral Dragon and dealt with the 4 great clans, but the whole thing ended just like that? What happened to the 4 great clans now? Only these 4 clans participated in the Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu, and dragons seized the vein? I don't believe it. The dragons seize the vein is a major event that has lasted for tens of thousands of years. How can it be completely controlled by just a few clans that have thousands of years of history? How can they control the matter so meticulously and meticulously? There are almost no flaws. Who is the real murderer who killed Teacher Qin? Did you find out? No. But what's the use of dealing with the 4 great clans like this? What's the point? Killing the chicken to warn the monkey? Zhou Xiaoduo removed his hand from his face and glared. No matter which clan killed Teacher Qin, I want them to pay with their blood and pay a heavy price. This time, I won't ask who is right and who is wrong. The so-called justice has nothing to do with me. It doesn't matter if it's innocent or inhumane. Karma has its basis, and retribution is mine. Zhou Xiaoduo's voice was low and deep. Every word was like dripping blood. I want to avenge Teacher Qin. Anyone who is involved in this matter must pay the price. The price of blood, the price of life. If I don't avenge this, I, Zhou Xiaoduo, am not a human. Zhou Xiaoyan looked at him worriedly. I have seriously thought about this matter. As you said, the dragons seize the vein has been going on for tens of thousands of years. Especially in a place like Shangjing, the interests involved are not limited to just 1 or 2 clans, let alone 3 or 5 people. If all of this is really revealed, I'm afraid the entire empire will be thrown into a huge uproar. Zhou Xiaoyan said, the reason why the minister left after dealing with the 4 great clans, perhaps it's because he didn't want to make the situation too much and get out of hand. After all, Shangjing is the core of the entire Yinwu Empire. It's also the heart of the entire Astral Souls continent. At this moment, a figure flashed, and Baiyun Duo appeared in the room. She said softly, Xiaoduo, everyone understands your desire for revenge. This is something to be blamed for. However, this matter shouldn't involve too many people. The minister, although His Excellency has dealt with the 4 great clans, he has only convicted them. He hasn't killed anyone yet. He has already left a channel for you to vent your anger. In Shangjing, there are too many implications. If you really want to make a move, it will easily affect the safety of the continent and the well-being of the world. Baiyun Duo sighed softly. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled coldly and said indifferently, the safety of the continent and the well-being of the world. What a big hat. If I ignore it and still insist on doing things my own way, wouldn't that be my fault? Baiyun's expression changed slightly. She said softly, that's not what I meant. I just hope that Xiaoduo can consider the whole situation and not be too extreme. Zhou Xiaoduo smiled and said coldly, so what if I'm extreme? Even if there are thousands of reasons, my teacher only has one life. When have I, Zhuo, ever been someone who cares about the big picture? I'm just an insignificant person who must take revenge. The safety of the continent and the well-being of the world, whoever wants to take care of it can. What does it have to do with me? If I can't take revenge, I will die here. What does the world have to do with a dead person like me? If I can get my revenge, then it's only natural and reasonable. They killed my teacher for their own selfish interests, so they should pay the price. Since they don't care about the people of the world, why should the people of the world protect them? Is there such a logic in this world? Fuck. I've already said that I don't care about justice and reason. What logic is there to talk about? Bah. Zhuo tilted his head and spat. He said disdainfully, fuck them. Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who wear shoes. Even if they are guilty, they were the ones who committed the crime first and ignored it first. Since they don't care, why should I care? Do I look like a righteous person who serves the country and the people? Do I look like a great hero? Whoever wants to stop me from taking revenge can step over my dead body. It's not too late to be righteous. Zhuo gritted his teeth and growled in a low voice. His eyes were bloodshot. Now, how many days has it been? It's been 3 days. Ha! Zhuo took a deep breath. When he closed his eyes, he could still see Qin Fangyang's straight figure standing in front of him, smiling at him. Just like in the past. It was a fleeting memory, but made Zhuo feel as if his heart was being cut by a knife. The next moment, he opened his eyes abruptly and said lightly, "Those 4 families. Where are they now?" Other than those who have been imprisoned, the rest of them said that they were looking for Qin Fangyang. But in reality, they were breaking up their families' businesses and spreading them out as much as possible to prepare for their evacuation from Shangjing. Under the orders of the minister, the merits and titles of these families have all been stripped. Within the 9 generations of the family, 10 generations are not allowed to participate in politics or get involved in the hierarchy of power. Those who participated in the erasure of the evidence have been imprisoned and will be punished according to the law. Thousands of years of glory have turned to nothing, but the rest of them have to make preparations for their future. Bai Yunduo said softly. She sighed. The punishment is not enough. It's far from enough. Zhuo said lightly. Everyone in their families has benefited from their family background. How can they be innocent? Teacher Qin is dead, but they can live. What I want to do is to take revenge. Complete and utter revenge. I will take revenge until the end. Zhuo said. I'll help you. Zhuo said firmly. Okay. Bai Yunduo coughed. She was speechless and did not know what to say for a moment. Zhuo, sister of the Zhuo family, aren't you indulging him too much? Even if there is no turning back, let Lu Duo do it alone. If you stay behind, you can stand up at the critical moment to balance the situation and have room for a buffer. But not only did you not say a word to dissuade him, you even took the initiative to participate. Isn't that adding fuel to the fire? Master Bai, Zhuo said apologetically. This is a family matter between us siblings. Just let the 2 of us do it. Bai Yunduo complained in her heart. What do you mean by just the 2 of you do it? Just the 2 of you? Was this considered an eviction order? But if either one of you is involved, I have to stand with you. What's more, both of you are involved together. How can I not be involved? You really know how to joke. Okay, I know. Bai Yunduo disappeared in a flash. This matter had developed to this point, and the Zhuo siblings had such an attitude towards him. No matter how he looked at it, it was not appropriate for him to make any moves on the surface. It was better for him to observe and protect them in the dark. Who is this? Zhuo did not know Bai Yunduo. He had actually seen Bai Yunduo before. But whether it was the Bai Yunduo who sat with him for dinner or the Bai Yunduo who pointed out the location of the jade powder of the astral souls of the gate, she did not look the same as she did now. It was another way of saying that they did not know each other when they met. This is the supervisor, Bai Yun Fairy. Zhuo lowered her voice. She is also the legendary chief inspector of the mainland, wife of the king of Zhuolu. Zhuo instinctively took a breath. Just now, he thought she was Nyan Cat's colleague, so he talked nonsense. But he did not expect her to be such a big shot. He spoke so confidently just now, but he did not care about morality and justice. Would she be prejudiced against him because of this? But then he straightened his chest and felt that he was full of confidence again. He said mysteriously, Nyan Cat, I'll tell you something. Don't be too surprised. Hee. I also have something to tell you. Hee. I'm going to tell you about our grandfather. You must not know, right? He's our mother's father. So, Xiaoduo put on an, I'm going to tell you a big secret look. I'm going to tell you about our grandfather, too. Zhuo Xiaoyan was stunned. Our grandfather is the demon ancestor. Zhuo Xiaoduo was excited. That's it. I already knew about it. Zhuo Xiaoyan became more and more disinterested. I wanted to scare him and give him a surprise at the same time, that the puppy's biggest wish in life was to become the second generation. He wanted to be arrogant and domineering. He wanted to live a carefree life and win without doing anything. Now, there was finally such a big surprise. This guy actually knew about it long ago. Sister Nian, you have to know that our grandfather is the demon ancestor. So Xiaoduo snorted and stood up. This time, I'm going to avenge my master, Qin Fangyang. Let's see who dares to stop me. If you can't beat them, I'll use my grandfather's name. Whoever dares to stop me will be the enemy of the astral souls, the pinnacle of the human race, the demon ancestor. I'm just asking you, are you scared? Zhuo Xiaoyan swallowed her words. Bai Yunduo, who was eavesdropping on them, was speechless. Duh. Both of them know about it. Master and mistress, I'm afraid you can't hide your identities for long. Also, this brat's words, there's a high chance that he's actually saying them to me. What does he mean by using my grandfather's name? The demon ancestor, if anyone dares to stop me. This sentence clearly has a hidden meaning. It's a perfect plan. The few words that he had said earlier had obviously made this brat fearful. Unfortunately, his status was high enough, so this brat couldn't wait to reveal his grandfather's identity. That means one. So what if you're the king of Zhuolu? So what if you're the chief inspector of the continent? My grandfather, the demon ancestor, is the pinnacle of the continent. He can suppress your existence. Let's see if you dare to stop me. Bai Yunduo, who understood this, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Junior brother, you misunderstood. I'm just reminding you based on my status. No matter what you want to do, no matter what you do, we'll stand on your side. You think too much that after drinking a cup of tea, Zhuo Xiaoduo and Zhuo Xiaoyan didn't feel bored. They went out and wandered around Shangjing City like an ordinary young couple. They went to the mall and bought the most expensive cell phones. They bought a few at once, one for their own use and the others as backups. Faced with the admiring eyes of the salesgirl, Zhuo Xiaoduo really wanted to show off his tens of billions, just like in some novels. Unfortunately, she couldn't see it when she swiped her card. Then the two of them strolled around some luxury shops. Zhuo Xiaoduo imitated the domineering CEOs in TV dramas and ordered the shops to close. Under the envious and jealous gazes of countless people, Zhuo Xiaoduo pointed at all the women's clothes on the wall. This one, this one, this one. I don't want these three. Pack up the rest. This wall, this wall, this wall. Wrap it all up for me. This. I don't want them. I want the rest. He didn't put them into his space ring. He just asked the salesperson to pile them up outside the door. He called a large truck that weighed dozens of tons and prepared to deliver the goods to his house. He was very addicted to being a nouveau riche. He was unscrupulous and crazy. It was amazing. It was a pity that the scene of another tall, rich, and handsome man coming up to slap him in the face didn't happen. Instead, the two of them arrogantly held hands and strolled around the shops one by one. Swipe my card. They bought more and more things. Bai Yunduo, who was secretly watching, covered her face with her hands. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't show her face to anyone. As for Lei Chantian, who had been hiding in the sky and following them for a long time, his face was distorted and extremely ferocious. Was it necessary? Was it necessary to use such an unsophisticated way to show off your wealth and announce your arrival to the whole of Shangjing City. They didn't realize that whether it was Xiao Duo, who was squandering money like water, or Zhuo Xiaoyan, who was following them all the way, they both had a satisfied look on their faces. No, it should be the kind of expression that was more satisfied than satisfaction when one's wish was fulfilled. Zhuo Xiao's heart was filled with a kind of happy expression of finally getting what one's wish was fulfilled. Zhuo Xiaoyan also had a contented and happy expression on his face, as if he was consoling himself for his whole life. A trace of memory flashed through the eyes of both of them. That was more than 10 years ago. A little boy of 6 or 7 years old said to a little girl of 8 or 9 years old, "Sister Nian Nian, when I have money one day, I'll buy all the good things in Shangjing for you. I don't want anything that isn't the best." Okay. When the time comes, I'll buy all the branded shops and give them to you. Okay. Now, today at this very moment, Zhuo Xiaoduo was using the most childish and direct method to fulfill his childish promise. And Zhuo Xiaoyan was very childishly following Zhuo Xiaoduo. She watched as her man fulfilled all the promises he had made in his life. Even if it was a child's promise, he was still fulfilling it seriously and meticulously. Here, there, buy it. Buy it all. I want all the best. Don't give me anything that isn't the best. Zhuo Xiaoduo continued to throw money around as if it were money. Zhuo Xiaoyan narrowed her eyes and followed him. She just followed him and didn't say a word to dissuade him. At this point, the so-called worldly money had long been meaningless to them. However, what Zhuo Xiaoyan was enjoying at this moment was the happiness and satisfaction of fulfilling the promise of the past. After today, the whole of Shangjing might turn into a slaughterhouse and a blood pool purgatory because of her man. Perhaps today was the only time left for the two of them to have a peaceful moment. Such a crazy way of buying goods, and the actions of nouveau riche quickly caused a sensation. Countless people were watching with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially the single dogs. When they saw Zhuo Xiaoyan's beauty, they were so envious that their intestines were swollen. They wanted nothing more than to replace her. But unfortunately, they couldn't compare to a certain someone's wealth. Countless people were taking photos and immediately posted them on the internet. Naturally, there were countless comments. The actions of the two people instantly dominated the top of the trending searches. A certain man spent a lot of money for the woman he liked. No, this was not just spending a lot of money, but hundreds of millions of dollars. He crazily bought all the big stores in Shangjing. Was it the distortion of human nature or the decay of morality that made him spend so much money? I know why I can't find such a beautiful girlfriend. It's because I can't act like a nouveau riche. The difference between me and the nouveau riche can't be seen on the surface. The difference is in that invisible card. The difference between me and the nouveau riche can't be seen with the naked eye. The nouveau riche can get such a beautiful girl, but I can't. How is he a nouveau riche? He's clearly a godly nouveau riche. Mom, I finally saw a godly nouveau riche today. This can't be described as rich. Of course, he's a godly nouveau riche. Kneel down and worship him. I don't envy the nouveau riche's money. I only envy the nouveau riche's girlfriend. A tsunami gradually formed on the internet. The nouveau riche bought goods in Yanjing. It was Zhuo Xiaoduo wearing sunglasses. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold and confident smile as he handed over a shiny card. The photo was accompanied by the caption, "Swipe my card." Besides Zhuo Xiaoduo was Zhuo Xiaoyan's breathtakingly beautiful face. She was smiling sweetly, and her face was full of happiness and sweetness. Her two small hands were hugging one of Zhuo Xiaoduo's arms. She was full of satisfaction. Behind them was a whole street of luxury goods piled up like a mountain. They were piled up like garbage and ready to be loaded into a car. I'm jealous. I'm jealous. Sob, sob, sob. I feel like my life is going to be dark from now on. I've received a double blow today. Not only am I poor, but I'm also a single dog. I have a girlfriend, but I can't compare with other people's girlfriends. The one above come out. How dare you come out with your real name? Go home. Ha ha ha. Hidden Dragon High Martial Arts. When Xingtian, Yi Chongqing, and the other saw the photo in the trending searches and instantly felt relieved. The sadness, loss, and worry that filled their hearts earlier all disappeared. What replaced it was only gnashing their teeth and hatred that seeped into their bones. Looking at the news, everyone felt their hands itching to hit that handsome face of his that deserved a beating no matter where he was wearing sunglasses. This kid was really asking for a beating. They really wanted to give him a beating. When he comes back, they'll settle this score. Phoenix City. Huruoyan looked at the trending searches and couldn't help but laugh. Hubby, come and look at this kid. I'm so happy. Li Changjiang hurried over and couldn't help but burst out laughing. Isn't this Zhuo Xiaoduo? He's so rich. This kid is really a man of his word. He told me that this was a promise to his sister Nian. I didn't think that there would be a day when he would actually act on it. This kid is actually a nouveau riche. This. Hu Ruoyun gritted her teeth. No, when he comes back, I must beat him up. He made me worry for nothing. I want to beat him up too. Li Changjiang rubbed his hands together. Hu Ruoyun snorted. You should save your strength to beat up your own son. What? Li Changjiang suddenly became nervous. Ruoyun, what do you mean? Are you saying? You are pregnant? Li Changjiang's eyes widened. He forcefully suppressed his excitement and asked anxiously. Yes, I didn't come this month, so I should be pregnant. Hu Ruoyun rubbed her belly. Wow. Li Changjiang jumped high. Really? That's great, ha ha ha. Lower your voice. I don't want to. I finally have my own child. Ha ha. Ruoyun, thank you, ha ha. Li Changjiang paced back and forth in the room as if he was about to go crazy. He wanted to hug his wife and spin a few rounds, but he didn't dare to because he was afraid of hurting the child. Look at your silly face. Hu Ruoyun smiled happily. If the child grows up and can be as outstanding as Xiao Duo. Definitely more outstanding than him. I don't dare to think about that. Hu Ruoyun said proudly. Our family Xiao Duo is the #1 genius of the 3 continents. A peerless genius. As long as our child can keep up with Xiao Duo, I'll be satisfied. Li Changjiang hugged his wife gently. He said carefully and satisfactorily, I didn't think that far because I'm already satisfied now. Shangjing. Ancestral Dragon High Martial Arts. Ding Ruolin's body stiffened as she looked at the photos on the hot search list. She should have been surprised by the handsome young man's face, but now she only felt weak all over. He's here. As the person who understood the relationship between Qin Fangyang and Zhuo Xiaoduo the most, Ding Ruolin knew better than anyone else why Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared in the capital at this moment. Without a doubt, he was here for revenge. Qin Fangyang died with hatred, and Zhuo Xiaoduo appeared in the capital. From the arrogant smile on Zhuo Xiaoduo's face with sunglasses, Ding Ruolin could clearly see a hint of cruelty from the corner of his mouth. The mouth that was laughing arrogantly was like the gate of hell that had been opened. The hand that was handing out the bank card was about to cause a huge wave of blood. I can't believe he came here alone. Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu. Ding Ruolin took a deep breath and quietly left the office. She left Ancestral Dragon Gao Wu and went all the way to the martial arts department. There was no need for Ding Ruolin to come. Minister Ding was also looking at the photos on the hot search list with a serious expression. The real bloody storm is coming. There's no way to avoid it. It's unavoidable. Then Minister Ding started to communicate. Everyone above the profound returning realm, gather. I'll personally lead the team. Countless people secretly guessed. Is Minister Ding trying to stop Zhuo Xiaoduo from taking revenge? But is there a need for so many people? Little did they know that Minister Ding only had one thought in his mind. Everyone can die, but nothing can happen to Zhuo Xiaoduo. In the whole of Shangjing, other than by Yinduo and the demon ancestor, only Minister Ding knew about Zhuo Xiaoduo's true identity. The son of the Sky Patrol Minister. That's really, even if Shangjing was gone, nothing can happen to this kid. Minister Ding's palms were sweating. This brat is too daring. He came here alone. There are also a few clans who were looking at this photo cautiously. This is Qin Fangyang's student? The rumored Zhuo, the new prodigy of the continent? At this time, he suddenly appeared in Shangjing and wantonly spent money. What was he trying to do? Watch closely. That night, the entire internet was flooded by this photo. It was a photo of Zhuo wearing sunglasses. Countless people faintly felt that this handsome face, which was enough to enter the dreams of all young girls, was clearly smiling. But his eyes and eyebrows were constantly revealing a coldness that made everyone feel cold, cruel. It was as if the eyes behind the sunglasses had been released from the eyes that were covered by them to devour the world. Hell was empty, and the Demon King had come to the human world. That afternoon, in the evening, 3 large carriages, carrying luxury goods worth tens of billions, set off in a mighty manner towards Phoenix City. Zhuo and Zhuo did not keep any of these things after going crazy. They sent all of them back to their alma mater, Phoenix City's second high school. As for the school in Shangjing, Zhuo did not even think about it. Now, I believe the whole world already knows about your arrival. Your advertisement fee is not cheap. Zhuo looked at Zhuo. Zhuo smiled and said softly, I have to fulfill every promise I made to you. Zhuo face turned red. She lowered her head and tried to use a fierce tone to say, if you can't do it, I'll beat you. I'll throw you bungee jumping. Oof. Ha ha ha. My childhood wish has been fulfilled, and the news has been released. They should all know that I'm here. It's almost evening. It's a moonless and windy night, a day of murder and arson. Zhuo laughed loudly. Let's go. Tonight, I'll have a good look at the so-called big families in Shangjing. How can they cover the sky with one hand? Let's go. Zhuo looked up at the sky and said lightly, Teacher Qin is still watching us from the sky. He's waiting. Zhuo, dressed in black and with a white cloth tied around his head, strode out of the door. Let's go. Zhuo smiled gently. She was dressed in white with a white by flower in her hair. She followed behind Zhuo and strode out of the door. No matter what you want to do, I'll accompany you. The wind in Shangjing became unprecedentedly bleak after this moment. Dark clouds rolled and the air was vaguely moist. On the horizon, the setting sun was like blood. It was slowly setting, and the world was about to enter dusk. On the streets of Shangjing, countless colorful neon lights were blooming. Zhuo and Zhuo looked calm. They strode forward in the tide of people in Shangjing. Their white clothes were like snow, and their black clothes were like ink. They were in the bustling crowd. The man was handsome and had a tall and straight figure. The woman was a national beauty with a peerless style. Everyone looked at them in amazement. No one knew that this was a pair of black and white impermanents released from hell. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.